everyone, and welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel. Tonight, we're back with Reading with the Crew, the Aftermath Part 8.
Awesome. Thank you there so much, Jack61, and a warm welcome to everyone on the panel and a warm welcome to everyone in chat. Thank you so much, and thank you for your kind thoughts. It's great to be back. I'm about 85% okay. I had a very bad bout of bronchitis, but I'm going to try my very best to do as much of the podcast as I can. And there's just really so much stuff to cover, and we really have to do it. I'm really excited for this podcast. But first of all, I'd like to welcome our esteemed panel. Thank you so much for joining us. We have Jack61. How are you coming along, good sir?
Oh, I'm doing very well, Doc. I'm glad you're feeling better. We were all, thinking about you and just knowing how bad that hits you. Hell, everyone, But yeah, doing good. It's turned very, very cool here. Actually, quite cold and snowing. So here we go. Typical Michigan, December in Michigan. So.
Yep. Awesome. Yeah, here in Adelaide, South Australia, we've actually hit summer. But we've had really bizarre weather, hot, cold, rain, shine. Welcome to Australia.
There you go.
Thank you so much, Jack61. Next, we have Susan. Susan, welcome. Good to see you here.
Thanks, Doc. It's great to have you back. I'm glad you're feeling better and looking forward to the podcast today. I hear it's a ripper.
It's a ripper, all right. Thank you so much, Susan. Thank you so much. Next, we have Neverly. Neverly, good to see you here.
Hi, Dr. Silkman. Hi, Jack, Susan, and Sunshine Christina. How's everybody doing?
Yeah, we're hanging in there.
There you go.
Doing good. Glad to see you.
Thank you very much. I'm trying. And hello, everybody in the chat.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Neverly. And next, we have Sunshine Christina. Sunshine, how are you coming along?
I'm doing good. I'm glad you're back, Doc. I think that bronchitis bug has made its way to Florida. Yeah, there's been a few people who have come down sick. And if it's anything like what I've seen here, it's nasty. So I'm glad you're feeling better. I'm excited about this podcast. Hi, Neverly. Long time no chat. Hi, Jack. Hi, Susan. Hi, everyone in chat.
Awesome. Now, that's fantastic. Yeah, it's something that's, I think, sweeping the world at the moment, these upper respiratory infections. It was pretty nasty. But look, guys, I'm excited to be back. And again, thank you so much for your warm wishes. We'll try our very best to get this podcast done. And again, guys, thank you so much for joining us, no matter what platform you're listening from. We've got a lot to cover, and today is a very special podcast. Jack61, if we can have the very first slide, the opening slide. As you know,
guys, I'm so sorry. Before we start, I cannot find the slides. Jack,
Jack, I think is muted.
It was on air text. I saw it.
I'll send them to you. I'll just DM it to you.
Thank you so much.
No hassles. No hassles. Thank you, guys. As you know, we're continuing our Reading with the Crew series. We're on episode 8, entitled The Aftermath. So basically, this is looking at all the things that took place to Brendan after he got arrested. But this series, the Reading with the Crew series, has allowed me and everybody else on the panel to do some real deep diving into this case. It's allowed me and others to have a look at a perspective that we have really neglected, and that is Brendan's narrative, Brendan's story. And today's special podcast is entitled Blood, Bleach, Luminol, and Brendan's Genes. And it's amazing how you go back, right, guys? How you go back and you look at the case from a different perspective and you learn new things that you never knew before. So my aim today, guys, is to have a look at Stephen Avery's garage. We need to have a look at a deep dive into Stephen Avery's garage, what initially was done in that garage. So we'll be doing that in a tremendous amount of detail. So guys, if you've got any questions, please place a queue and we'll try and answer your questions at the end of the podcast. The only thing that we ask, guys, is that please be civil in your conversations. I know that sometimes it gets heated up a little bit. That's fine, but be civil and try to be on point. All right, guys. Well, look, welcome. Welcome to this special presentation, no matter what platform you're listening from. Please place your comments down below. And if you enjoy the work that we do as a team, please consider subscribing. If you enjoy our podcast, leave your DNA on the thumbs up button, guys. Thank you so much. All right, Jack 61, if we can have the very first slide. So this is what we're going to be covering today. I realize it's a bit ambitious, but we need to cover this. Now, I thought long and hard about this case. I've been on this case for over 6 years, every day. And I know that Jack 61 and Susan and others have been on this case much longer than what I have. We really owe it to Teresa and her family. We also owe it to Stephen and Brendan to discover the truth of what happened. I don't believe we do have the truth. Personal opinion. So I want to find out what the actual evidence is that Teresa Halbach and her RAV4 were actually present in Stephen Avery's garage on October the 31st, right? What is the actual evidence? I'm going to break it down. We're also going to cover the use of presumptive tests for the detection of suspected blood spots. And these were present in Stephen Avery's garage, right? What are these presumptive tests? Now, the good thing is that the material that we cover today, you can use it in any true crime situation where investigators use presumptive tests. But a warning, you've got to be very careful with presumptive tests. You've got to make sure that you don't over-inflate and exaggerate your findings. And you'll see in this particular case, that's exactly what took place. The two presumptive tests that we're going to be talking about, guys, is the use of phenolphthalein and also luminol. We're going to look at both the pros and cons. We're going to ask a very strategic question. Right, guys, did Stephen Avery actually know about dilution and dilution factors, right? So we'll be covering that. Now comes a very important part of the case. It's something I never really appreciated until I went back to square one, and that is how the bleach stains on Brendan Dassey's jeans, how they were actually used by the state to derive a narrative of cleaning up a bloody crime scene.
Absolutely.
Right? Guys, you've got no idea how important that piece of forensic evidence was to the state. Right? And as Jack 61 alluded to, it is the quintessential piece of forensic evidence that allowed and steered the investigators and also Kratz to come to a conclusion that Teresa Halbach was murdered in Stephen Avery's garage, all based on Brendan's genes, right? Also, if you are going to cover up a bloody crime scene, you got to make sure that you use the right bleach. Right, Jack 61? Right, guys?
You better, or you're wasting your time.
Or you're wasting your time. Again, guys, it's something I never appreciated until I did some deep diving into the different types of bleach that you can buy. So if you're going to mask a crime scene, a bloody crime scene, you have to use the right bleach. Right. And finally, guys, we're going to finish with this. This is truly shocking. And I can't believe that I actually missed this for so many years. And that is how Mr. Kratz changed just one word to imply the presence of Teresa Horbach's blood in Stephen Avery's garage floor, specifically behind the ride-on lawnmower. For years, I completely missed it. But having now deep dived into looking at luminol, phenolphthalein, the presumptive tests, oh my God, there it was. How Kratz manipulated, in my opinion, the judge and the jury, and falsely so. And I'm going to show you how the word inference has now become the new trust me bro. Guys, do we have any comments before we start? Jack 61.
Yeah, that's become my kind of go-to thing because we have all these trust me bro reports
Yep.
with nothing to back it up. I'm sorry, yep. I need more.
100%. So guys, it is very important, no matter where the chips lie, whether they show Stephen and Brendan's guilt, we go there. Where we need to go is into Stephen's garage, right? So Jack 61, if we can have the very first slide, please. So November the 6th, we'll just wait for that slide up. November the 6th was a very, very busy day, right? I showed you this photograph a couple of weeks ago. It's a very important picture. It was taken by Trooper Reese, November the 6th, at around about 11:30 in the morning. What you can see is Stephen Avery's garage, door closed, and in front of the garage is Stephen Avery's truck, pickup truck. And it shows, and Sunshine Christina made the excellent point of the position of where Stephen's truck was. Quite clearly, Stephen never took this truck to Crivets. So it's parked and it occupies a bay of the garage, right? Now, the other important thing that took place on November the 6th was that there were 4 investigators, 4 law enforcement officers that were inside Stephen Avery's garage. They were there from 8 to 9:47, nearly 2 hours. 4 officers in a very small garage. They were Remaker, Colburn, Lenk, Kacharski. The important point about this, guys, is that Kacharski was the group leader. So I reread, and I'm sure everyone on the panel did as well, I reread all of their testimonies again in both trials, right? So if you're following this case, you need to read 2 trials worth of testimonies, right, Jack 61? Right, guys? It's a huge amount that you got to read.
You pretty much have to, because I mean, Brendan's trial, we know there was basically a mini Stephen Avery trial. So
Yep, 100% correct. So the good thing is I discovered that the majority of the information came from Kacharski. He was the group leader. He was in charge of the other 3 officers in collecting forensic evidence inside that garage. Now, it was described as a general search. They were asked, hey, did you find any bullet fragments? And the answer was no. We found no bullet fragments. Now, think about it, guys. That's 4 officers inside Stephen Avery's small garage for nearly 2 hours, and they didn't find any bullet fragments. Susan?
I call that 8 man-hours. Searching that garage.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep, 100% correct. And don't worry, we're going to go over it extensively. So it's unbelievable that every time something is not found, we have Kratz or Fallon providing an excuse. Oh, it was only a cursory look, was only a cursory examination. Oh, we didn't find any bullets. You know, we're only in there for a little while. I call bullshit to that, right? They clearly didn't see or notice any bullet fragments on the garage floor. The important thing that you need to work out, guys, is that they knew nothing about Brendan at this stage, right? So this is a fresh look at going into the garage and examining it for forensic evidence. Guys, everybody understand that? They knew nothing about Brendan, his narrative, Jack 61.
That's right. They didn't know anything.
Yep. So this is very important. So these officers are processing this garage as though it's a crime scene. They've got no idea where Teresa was murdered or where she was. So what these officers did in that garage is crucial. Guys, would you agree? It's the first time in there with an extensive examination. Susan.
Yeah, they were looking for evidence.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right. And they found nothing.
Yep, 100% correct. So on the same day, 2 officers with a video camera did a walkthrough of the Avery salvage yard, but they specifically did a walkthrough of the garage on November the 6th. And if you can remember that infamous scene where Bear, is walking away and coming back and not paying any attention, yeah, it's those 2 officers that go inside the garage and videotape it. And in a second, we're going to show you a little clip, a little montage that I put together. Interestingly, on exactly the same day, so the walkthrough was done at about 3:30, slightly after 3:30 in the afternoon. On the same day in the morning, about 5 to 12, at Crivets, O'Neill and Baldwin interrogated Brendan Dassey. And Brendan Dassey told them that he had pushed in a Jeep into the garage on October the 31st, right? Therefore, law enforcement officers knew that Brendan and Stephen had pushed in a vehicle, and Brendan called it a Jeep. It was the one that was being fixed for his grandfather. The Jeep was the Suzuki Samurai. And we deep dived the last podcast we did, and to our shock and surprise, remember, we discovered the El Tigre snowmobile, right? I'd seen those pictures for years, right, guys? Completely missed it. It was an absolute shocker, right? So November the 6th was a very busy time. Now, we're going to show you a little clip of the garage. I made a little montage, only goes for not even a minute. What I want you to note is how cluttered Stephen Avery's garage was and how tight things were. Remember, the state has put forward the hypothesis that Teresa Hallbach was murdered in that garage and that her RAV4 was in that garage, right? So Jack 61, unless we've got any comments or questions, are we able to play the first clip? It's the one with the garage.
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome. And so note though, when you check the ground, you'll notice that the officers have put circles in using chalk. That indicates the presence of forensic evidence. Jack 61.
All right. It's going to start playing as soon as I pop it on. Here we go.
Awesome.
A blood streak from somebody's hand, supposedly going down like that.
On these?
Yeah, in the back of this vehicle, in the glass somewhere.
Is this on?
They might have taken it off already.
I don't really see anything. There's a couple circles up by the garage door.
Okay. Make sure I don't step in any of these circles.
Okay, you're doing good. I'm gonna go outside so you don't get me
Okay.
as you're finishing up.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Hope
Awesome.
everybody knows. Hope everybody knows the huge puddle of oil underneath that snowmobile.
Yep. Correct. Correct. So, guys, I think what you notice is that the garage is very, very small internally because on 3 sides it's absolutely cluttered full of stuff, right?
Yep.
So, therefore, the amount of space to put in a RAV4, the amount of space to put in a human being and to kill them and to shoot them and then attempt some type of cleanup is extremely limited. Guys, would you agree?
Absolutely limited.
Yep. You
Yeah,
don't have.
and had Teresa been shot in that garage, there would be blood in that garage. There would be spatter.
Excellent. An excellent point. And don't worry, we're going to cover all of that, right? So, as Jack 61 pointed out, when you noticed on the ground, there are oil stains. There are stains. But what you also noted is that behind the Suzuki, there was an actual drop of blood and a circle, right? So those 4 officers went inside the garage looking for forensic evidence. And that garage, you saw the guy with the video camera, it took him literally seconds to walk around the entire vehicles, correct? So therefore, you know that garage is tiny, right? Very, very small. And there were 4 officers within that garage. It was jam-packed. Guys, do we have any comments so far?
We've got several, but I'm just highlighting the questions, Doc. We can get to them later.
Awesome. So Jack 61, sorry, Susan.
Sorry, you think about 8 hours of searching in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, come on.
But Susan, according to Mr. Kratz, it was only a general search.
Right.
Right? Obviously weren't looking for bullets, right?
Or blood or proof of a crime or any of that, right? Is that what we're supposed to believe?
Well, that's what we're meant to believe, correct. But it actually gets a lot worse. Susan, do you have another comment?
No, Doc, I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
I've got one
Yeah,
before we move on. I saw Alice in the live chat.
Welcome.
Loving everything for her. She said she's doing better. She's not quite ready to come back, but she's still hanging in there because she's tough as nails, and we all know it.
Correct. We all need time off, right? That's the important thing. So Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next slide. All right. So
excuse me, Dr. Silkman, I was gonna just say pretty much what everybody's saying. The garage is like a 2-car garage, maybe a little bit bigger, but with the amount of stuff that he had in there, and we all know how garages are. Who parks actually their car in the garage? I don't. I have stuff. So if anything was going to happen, that would be that pink mist, the spatter, the very fine mist. It's like dust, but it's bloody matter. So there was no way that I could clean everything up.
Correct.
No way possible. Even if they went in with some kind of a special spray, not move anything, just spray it over it, and it would like dissolve and destroy blood and particles. Exactly. There's no way in heck that they could have cleaned this up.
So you can't make this up. My dad's birthday was last Monday, and he has a garage. I think his is a 3-car garage. But for his birthday, I'm going to make this quick. My sister took time off from work because she wanted to help organize it, and I helped her. I experienced this like in real life, and there's no way you're dragging a body around. I mean, just there's stuff stacked on top of stuff on top of stuff on top of stuff. And they're supposed to be in the heat of the moment. It's just unbelievable.
Yep. In the end, Sunshine, and I think I had a discussion with Neverly and also Jack 61. It's a fake crime scene. It's an invented crime scene.
Completely.
Yes.
Yep.
If I could just chime in
Yes.
quickly.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I was going to be patient and when wait for my turn to slip this in. I think that Mr. President will agree what I'm going to say and what you just said, that the whole thing was invented. And it
Yes.
reminds me so much so of the case that of Amber Heard, who invented the biggest domestic violence case ever. She invented it all, despite the fact that she was there, paid $6 million, or so she says. Not that I believe a word that comes out of her mouth after that fiasco of her testimony. She claimed under oath that she has provided a mountain of evidence, over like hundreds, thousands, 100,000 of pictures and evidence, and it's all in evidence of the documented abuse.
Yes.
And we all remember what she said. And if you don't, please dedicate a week to go
Yes.
through her testimony, because what that woman has said on the stand, it happened in Australia and around the world, the way she was abused, and everything was a lie. So
Correct.
it's not far-fetched for us to believe that Ken Kratz invented the whole thing. It is not.
But
It's sick to think that things happen. It's sick, but it's not far-fetched.
No. 100% correct, Neverly. I want to show you. I want to show you how it was done from start to finish, and you're going to get really angry, Sunshine.
I just want to say there is a group of individuals in the world today who genuinely believe life is like a movie. All right. Is that like a narcissistic trait? I don't know what it is, but they literally think that if they can act like it's happening convincingly enough, then it doesn't really matter that it's not, because they're able to perform as if it is and sell the story. And
Correct.
I mean, that's pretty delusional and not good in a normal everyday life, but in a court of law, yeah.
Yep, it's destructive.
In a court of law, you're affecting others.
Yep.
I mean, you're affecting others everywhere, but it's just crazy because we're seeing it I'm starting to see it more and more frequently in all kinds of situations. And it's very destructive. That's a great word for it, Dr. Silkman. Nothing good's going to come from it.
No, absolutely not. But it's very important that what we show you is how the smoke and mirrors were done by Kratz and also by Fallon during the trials. And so we're going to systematically show how that was done. But it's really shocking that this is much more common than what we think, where a crime scene is completely manufactured out of thin air. Why? Because they had to nail Stephen Avery at all costs. Neverly, do you have a comment?
Exactly. Yes, and I'm going to repeat what I've been repeating for the last 7 years. They were on a mission to get Stephen Avery at any cost. And they had all the support in the world, and they had a blank check. And let's not forget that they got promotions, accolades, and that they were all sitting there smiling, all feeling good that they got this monster behind the bar.
Correct. Thank you so much, Neverly. And we welcome True Crime Fangirl. Now, so this picture was taken on November the 6th. And as you can see on the hood of the Suzuki Samurai was all this stuff, right? There's automotive fluid, cigarette packet. There's all this stuff that's on the hood. Believe it or not, Brendan Dassey was asked about the stuff that was on the hood. Because remember what Brendan said. He said that he pushed in the Suzuki Samurai. Well, guys, how are you going to push in the Suzuki Samurai with all this stuff on it, right? So, interestingly, Skorlinski had asked Brendan about what all this stuff was on the hood of the car. Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next slide. Now, Neverly, do you see slide A3?
I sure do.
Would you like to read it? This is from a DCI report, November the 10th. Let's go for it.
Dassey was asked who put the items on top of the hood of the Suzuki. He said he did not know because he did not do that. Dassey said after he pushed the Suzuki into Stephen's garage, he went back home. Dassey was asked what was located next to the Suzuki in the garage, and he said there were tools and a snowmobile. Dassey was asked if another vehicle was parked in the garage, and he said no. Okay,
so you know what Skorlinski was getting at. Was there another vehicle in the garage? And obviously, he was referring to the RAV4, right? So remember, guys, this is November the 10th, very early on in the investigation. Skorlinski's already got his radar up, right? But Brendan had no problems by saying, hey, I helped push in the Suzuki into Stephen's garage, and in the garage was a snowmobile. And of course, the snowmobile was the El Tigre. It was not the Skidoo. Jack 61.
I just wanted to say for anybody interested, that's from DCI report 33.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So if we look at all of this and summarize it, let's have a look at the next slide, Jack 61. So from all the things that we've gone through and the podcast we did 2 weeks ago, we can sum it up very, very simple. On November the 6th, Brendan Dassey told O'Neill and Baldwin that he helped push in a Jeep into the garage. On November the 10th, Brendan tells Skorlinski, hey, I helped my uncle push in the Suzuki Samurai into the garage. Notice Brendan did not withhold that information. He told him, that's what I did. But here's the important thing. Brendan did not mention the cleaning of the garage floor. He never mentioned, I cleaned the garage floor with my uncle, right? Never mentioned the cleaning. He did not mention getting bleach stains on his pants either. Brendan never mentioned the Skidoo. When that Skidoo snowmobile was brought into the garage, we know that Brendan was talking about the El Tigre, not the Skidoo, because remember, when he drew the picture, the Skidoo, the El Tigre was on the eastern wall, exactly as you see down below. Brendan also did not mention Teresa nor her RAV4 in the garage at all. So that picture is a summary of what Brendan did, right? So if we were to summarize all of this, and I'll read it. According to Brendan, on the evening of October the 31st, he helped Stephen push in the Suzuki Samurai next to the El Tigre. That's it. And he went home. Now, we've got fantastic anecdotal evidence where family members saw the Skidoo and also the Suzuki Samurai parked outside of the garage. That was seen by Blaine Dassey. Blaine had gone trick-or-treating. So in the interim time, Brendan was called over by Stephen to help clean up the yard and to push in the Suzuki Samurai. Guys, do we have any comments so far? Is that a fair summary so far of what Brendan did?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I just think these CAD drawings are so deceptive.
They are. And that's why when you saw the actual video walkthrough, you can see how jam-packed things were, right? So it's quite clear that the El Tigre is not a snowmobile that you could easily move around, right? J61.
This is why Beauty and String argued so against having these animation whatever, because it's not a fair representation of what was actually in that garage. It was a disaster.
Perfect. Susan.
I've also always thought that bleach on Brendan's jeans is just stupid. It's ridiculous evidence. He could have got bleach on his jeans at any time.
Correct.
Because it got it when in the wash machine, and you went to add it, and it sloshed out.
Right. It proves absolutely nothing. And had they found Teresa's blood on his jeans, now that would be evidence. But bleach stains, come on. Jeez.
Yes. I don't know if you guys remember from early days on Reddit, there was this Redditor going by Case File something.
Case File Reviewer?
Reviewer, yes.
Him.
Yes, yeah. And he was just awesome. He was on point. He was, I don't know what kind of job he was doing, but the guy knew what he was talking about and how he would get to his proposed hypothesis. It just jived with everything he said. So he actually came somehow to the conclusion that the bleach on Brendan's pants were actually from a bleach bomb that was used on the pool that they had.
Swimming pool, yeah.
Yeah, yes, and to me, that's more probable than what the law enforcement is saying.
Correct, but law enforcement doesn't work that way. Law enforcement needs some type of angle to come up with their own hypothesis. And that's why I'll show you why Brendan Dassey's jeans were so crucial in this investigation. Sunshine.
It's like they have their perpetrator. Now they're designing the case versus letting the investigation tell the story. They've already picked the cast. Now they're just writing the story to sell the story.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. And Neverly.
And if you really are a juror who have no clue how things work and what happened and the background story and whatnot, if you look at this picture, this pictogram of the garage, it's so deceiving once again. It is so deceiving because this is kind of a neat garage when you think about it. If you look at the pictogram, right?
Pristine.
Yeah, my garage doesn't look like this, and I want to believe that I'm hold a orderly household.
My dad's doesn't look like that.
Yeah.
No, I don't think. Unless you got OCD. Most people don't have a garage looking like that. But here's a very important point. Sunshine Christina made a very important observation in our previous podcast about the El Tigre, right? Remember when you thought that there was that motorbike, the moped, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, I found 2 extra pictures of the El Tigre. So, Jack61, if we can have a look at it, right?
Yeah. So, before we move on, Justin Strickland asked what happened to this case file reviewer, and the last I heard, this has been years ago now because he dropped out, but he had a family member that was involved in a pretty serious accident, and he had to really just abandon what he was doing to help take care of them. That's what I heard. True or not?
Yeah.
So anyway, I'll move on.
All right. So it's a perfect segue into the El Tigre. Have a look at this, guys. Look at the El Tigre and look at all the stuff that was on the El Tigre snowmobile, right?
Wow.
Remember how Jody said it's an old snowmobile. It doesn't run, right? Now, there's no way on God's green earth is Stephen or Brendan going to remove the El Tigre and clean the garage floor under it, correct?
No, right? No way.
Look at all the stuff. And Remember when Sunshine Christina said, oh, that looks like a moped? Well, now you can see what those items were. It's a jack stand and containers, plastic containers.
For gas.
For
gas
gas
containers, yeah.
When you look at them from Sunshine.
I was just going to say, my dad has that many gas containers. What? I don't understand why somebody needs all those gas containers.
You know why? Each time you get stranded, you buy a new one. That's why. You don't put one in the car.
You're probably right. You're exactly right.
Right.
Yeah. And another thing is, okay, so we see the difference of what we have discovered through diligent research, but the jury had no clue.
No clue.
And God damn it, why didn't they go there? Why didn't the jury go to the salvage yard? If they saw this, they would have been like, yeah, right.
Yeah, Kratz and Gone and Fallon of all three had triple heart attacks. If Willis would have proved the jury going there.
Yep. The key question, guys, is was Stephen and Brendan able to cover up a murder in that garage? And that murder potentially involved shooting someone in the head twice and in the body another 8 times. The fundamental question is, were those two able to cover up a bloody crime scene? Now, had the jury gone out there to have a look at the garage, the layout of the garage, they would have been scratching their heads going, no fucking way can this be possible. But by showing those diagrams, remember what Trooper Austin said. Oh, the investigators told me, oh, delete that, remove that. So I just clicked a button and items disappeared, right? Which meant that it gave the impression that the garage was a pristine, clean, easy surface to disinfect and remove blood.
And also large, you know, where there's plenty of room to
perspective.
With the
perspective.
Yeah.
100% correct, right? So you know that the El Tigre had a heap of stuff on there, which meant that there was only a limited amount of floor space. Somehow, the state is saying that Stephen and Brendan brought in Teresa's RAV4 in the garage and had murdered Teresa Hallbach in that garage and successfully cleaned up the garage. Now, if we have a look at the next picture, this one is a real good one. 2 photographs, one taken on November the 6th on the left-hand side with the skidoo removed. The law enforcement officers removed the skidoo. And one on the right, which was done on November the 11th. Note what's on the ground. You can see that when you go from November the 6th to November the 11th, there's an accumulation of motor fluid on the ground, right? The amount of motor fluid has increased, which means, Jack 61.
There's definitely a leak. There's no doubt.
Which means that both vehicles were leaking. What did Brendan say he did? He cleaned up motor fluid, motor oil, right? And look where the stains are predominantly at. Towards the front of the garage, underneath the vehicles where they would leak. Exactly what Brendan Dassey drew. So Stephen works with cars. His cars aren't Lamborghinis and Ferraris. They break down. They leak. And as Sunshine Christina pointed out, that oil is dangerous and slippery. You can easily slip and slide and kill yourself, right? So the important thing is this. Brendan wasn't telling a lie. These vehicles were leaking. Stephen was working on the Suzuki Samurai, probably other cars as well. There's clearly a problem with the vehicles that they leaked. But I want you to notice something. Jack 61, can you blow up the right-hand picture? Right towards the back where the ride-on lawnmower is, what do you notice on the ground? They're chalk marks. So someone has
outline of supposed biological evidence.
Yep. Someone has come in and put chalk marks. If you notice back on November the 6th, are there any chalk marks? Jack 61, are there any chalk marks? Nope. Where the ride-on lawnmower is, there are no chalk marks. So someone has come in between the 6th and the 11th and done further processing of the garage. Would you agree?
Yes.
So someone's gone in there and done further processing that wasn't done on November the 6th. So someone else has gone into the garage examining for forensic evidence, right? So what actually took place? If you have a look at the next slide, this is a photograph.
Also, before we move on to the next slide, just a side observation. When I'm looking at these side-by-side pictures of the Suzuki Samurai, the left picture depicts kind of a gunmetal color, and the right one depicts a black color. So here we go, you know, two Suzukis and two RAVs. Yeah,
correct. Again,
Neverly.
Don't start
no. I'm just saying, like, it's really an obvious difference. That's all.
100% correct. Lighting conditions, film, exposure, you name it, you get all sorts of different color changes. But the important point of showing you that picture is that the vehicles were leaking. And remember what Jack 61 said? And we did the walk around tour of the garage. Right on the ground, right next to the skidoo, what appears to be a fresh stain, right? So the skidoo is actually leaking as well. Jack 61.
There's no doubt it's leaking. You can see it right there. That's fresh.
Yep. But notice it's leaking so much, it's now seeped into the crack of the concrete. The oil is actually within the crack of the concrete. Okay? But here's an important point. What do you notice is right next to the leak where my arrow is? What do you notice on the ground? What type of impression?
Oh, a footprint.
Yep. The investigators are walking through the stains on the ground.
That's how concerned they are about it.
Yep. The investigators are walking through the stains on the garage floor. Jack 61, did you have a comment?
Well, I was going to say, I was trying to get the unmute button, but yeah, damn, I hadn't really paid attention to that. Wow.
There were several.
Yep, and they are not.
Unless they're like super big,
They're not Brendan Dassey's either, because we've got his shoes and we know what the underside of the shoes look like.
That's right.
So, yep, Jack 61.
I was just going to say they look like hiking type boots, because you can see the dot.
Like heavy shoes?
Yes.
Yep, correct. That's an important point. Something I didn't notice. The investigators were trampling all over the garage with their normal shoes on. Now, keep that in the back of your mind. And you can see the guy right at the back, his shoes. He's standing outside the garage, the guy's shoes. We don't know if it was him, but clearly these guys are walking through the oil stains and they're bringing it everywhere in the garage. Now, enter Brendan Dassey. Right? Now enters Brendan and the bleach stained jeans. Susan, do you see slide A8? I think Susan, I think you're muted.
Maybe she stepped away.
Oh, could be. Sunshine, do you see slide A8?
I do.
This is an excerpt from Kratz's book. Have a look what Kratz says next. Sunshine, you want to read it?
The only thing we could say for sure was that the garage floor had been cleaned with heavy applications of bleach and paint thinner, containers of which had been found earlier in the investigation. The substances identified by our new key witness, Brendan Dassey, as having been used on October 31st, 2005 to scrub the garage floor. The jeans he'd worn that night showed splash patterns from the bleach.
Oh my God. Witness. He's a freaking defendant.
Yep.
You guys pinned him down to the ground and might as well beat him with a hose.
Yep. So quite clearly, Mr. Kratz has emphasized the importance of the bleach. The bleach used to scrub floor. The bleach stains on Brendan's jeans. But the truth of the matter is we actually don't know the exact day that the garage floor was cleaned. We don't know.
No.
But what Kratz and the investigators are working on is that they cleaned the garage floor on the night of October the 31st, right? Because their hypothesis is they'd murdered Teresa Horbach and they cleaned the crime scene using bleach and other things. Jamie Hart, welcome. Welcome. All right. So the jeans, the bleach-stained jeans were crucial because it actually changed the course of the entire investigation. They used the bleach jeans and they derived a narrative. Susan, did you have a comment?
I just have a hard time believing that Stephen used that concoction of chemicals to clean his garage floor. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I get it because, if you don't know, and a lot of people don't, that you use muriatic acid to clean your floor, a garage floor, because it'll get in there and break down whatever you generally buy it, then dilute it, like 50-50 or whatever. But I can see, I've heard people using crazy stuff to try to get garage stains off garage floors. Not sure if I've ever heard of people using a concoction like this, but certainly like kerosene or something to break down oil. And just make a mess.
I mean, I'm sure it's not the first time Stephen cleaned stains on the garage floor, get that slippery stuff off of there.
No.
But I just don't think he would have used bleach at all.
I don't either. I think he probably
That's one of the things.
Yep. I think, like Jack said, I think he probably used what we use is like dirt. Normally we throw dirt on it.
Kitty litter. Yeah.
Kitty litter works well. And let it absorb. Then you scoop it up. And then, like Jack said, muriatic acid. But bleach just isn't effective with the stuff that comes out of cars.
None of those investigators mentioned the smell of bleach, which doesn't go away quickly. It says heavy applications of bleach.
Yep.
That's
I mean,
right.
come on.
Yep.
They would have still smelled it. It was only a few days later.
I just find hard to believe the scenario that Stephen would actually think that it's a good idea to clean the garage where there was blood spatter and, be confident that they're not going to look everywhere else and take everything out of the garage if he's comes under suspicion, right? And leave these stains after, like clean stains now after he's cleaned them, as if that's not going to be suspicious to begin with. If the whole garage floor is grimy and all of a sudden you have these clean spots, I would say, hey buddy, what did you clean over here? Right? It's obvious. It's obvious.
I tend to agree, guys. I think there was minimal use of bleach, if at all. I think the whole bleach thing is just pure bullshit, and we'll go through it. But if we have a look at the very next slide, remember.
I just wanted to read this comment from Man's Life right quick. have a hard time believing Avery knew how to clean a crime scene, considering he wasn't great at cleaning his house. Not throwing shade, but facts are facts.
Yeah,
That's true.
100% correct. It was Jody, apparently, that was the cleaner, but she was in prison, right?
But don't forget that they also claimed that he used the Bissell carpet cleaner. Maybe it wasn't
Yeah.
Bissell. You know what I mean? And that's how he cleaned the carpet from the blood and bodily fluids. So there's that.
They made it worse than that, because Steve and Chuck both bought a Bissell carpet cleaner. Chuck had problems with his almost immediately.
Yes.
And Steven said something about his was making some kind of racket and he might have to take it back. So they tried to make that like that he had cleaned all this crap up and was going to return it and hide the evidence, which wasn't true at all.
No, not at all. Not at all. Plus, they got the Bissell and they also got the normal vacuum cleaner. There was no forensic evidence on either of them. So let's have a look at this slide. And guys, I'm going to talk for a couple of more minutes. Then I'm going to have a bit of a break and come back if that's okay. But you guys continue the conversation. I'm just struggling a little bit. So these were the genes of Brendan. And you can see that these were the front of Brendan's genes. And there are obviously bleach stains on them, right? You can see them, the white flecks. Now, we all know that household bleach, we've all done it, right, can discover clothing. And I read the reports. Brendan Dassey, after getting the bleach stains on these jeans, he refused to wear them again, right? Now, let's think about it. Does that mean it's nefarious? Or do you feel bad trying to impress your girlfriend if you got bleach stains on your pants?
Well, you know, I mean, I grew up working on cars, and I know that I've gotten some bleach stains on mine, or actually, I guess probably my mom, you know, and I wouldn't necessarily wear them in school. I did wear them at home, or, you know, if I had to go get parts or whatever. It's not like I never wore them again. So, I guess I could understand. I didn't wear them to school, but I guess I could understand it to some degree. But yeah, you know, they made well, you know, the ride, you know, they picked Brendan up March 1st, and on the way home, they decided they would run by the trailer and pick these jeans up. That was another. Well, I didn't particularly care for it myself, because that began the whole real downfall for Brendan was March 1st.
Yeah.
And what they
who I think that Mr. President said, and somebody else, that once they heard about the bleached jeans, that they added that to their evidence, quote unquote, heavy quotations on that word, evidence.
Sure.
And made it up and just threw it in as another puzzle piece, which doesn't fit anywhere, pretty much.
Well, no, they're trying to make this connection. They're trying to make these connections that proves that Teresa was inside that garage. That was Kratz's goal, along with
Yes,
MFL.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But they don't. They're just like, okay, and we can, like, in their head they can say, oh yeah, but they're stained bleach. Oh my gosh, and you know, and they're stained garage floor. And then they throw in the tarp that nobody ever saw, you know, and they're just like trying way too hard, but none of the evidence makes sense. The crucial pieces of evidence that you would expect to see after this gruesome crime scene is not there. Just to me, these bleach pants are actually equivalent to the evidence, quote unquote, that Kratz tried to admit into evidence by saying that the evidence of Teresa's being in Stephen's trailer was her phone number written by Stephen on a piece of paper that was hanging, you know, in the back.
Big red herring.
It means nothing.
Right.
Absolutely.
I agree. Hey, well,
yeah, Dr. Silkman stepped away. Yeah. So
yeah, we got a couple questions we could probably get to right now.
Okay.
Here's one from And for SYN, I wonder if we'll ever really know what happened to Teresa that day. And my opinion is probably not. That's just an opinion. But, you know, I look at, and I say this often, not just here. I look at what Christina was able to get in 2022 with that unfiled search warrant. What else has been hidden? I mean, I can say this freely. I can say it openly and not feel like I'm, you know, orbiting out on Jupiter or Pluto, Saturn, or Neptune, trying to pull something in.
Or Uranus, yeah.
That's right, because we didn't know anything about it. I can tell you something else too, and I'll let whoever wants to talk. You think about, and yours is the one that got this. We got a document, and I think it was in 2021. He was I don't remember what his request was, but he ended up getting this this exhibit list that Kratz had put together. Allen had requested it. So this exhibit list had things it's divided up by where it was found. And here's set in there the Zipper voicemail as seized 1 month before trial. 1 month.
Wow.
Yeah, it's dated, that PDF file is dated January of 2007. That's when he put it together. So if he didn't have it, why is it on his exhibit list? And I put that to him on X, and he flammed around. He got really upset. He got really mad and DM'd me and was like, "Where'd you get this? This is work product." I'm like, well, it was gotten through a legal open records request in 2021.
Yeah. Don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah, that's right.
And he, of course, that he's going to get upset. Look, he messes up. He does some shady shit, and then he's upset. Isn't that typical?
Yeah.
Yeah. And somebody also said, I think that it was Jamie Hart, the license plate. He said that the stains on the jeans are sporadic. So if there was like a blood stain on his jeans, why wouldn't he throw him away? First of all, why wouldn't he burn him? And then this is just sporadic shit.
Right.
Just
throw in the
dots here
fire.
and there, you know, and throw it in the fire, man. And that's what they used to do anyways. That was their like routine.
That's right. It wasn't nothing for them to burn old clothing to get rid of it. Old rags.
It's like Kratz had his evidence log, right? Everything collected, and he went through it with the highlighter and said, I can use this, I can use this, I can use this, I can use this, right? And then he built the story and made these random pieces of evidence sound much more nefarious than they really are.
That's right.
And then buried the truth under layers of garbage.
Yes.
Welcome back, Doc.
Hi, Dr. Silkman.
Did we finish the podcast?
No.
We solved the crime. We totally did it. You missed it after all these years.
You'll have to watch it on replay.
Yeah. What I also wanted to mention, if we can all collectively recall John Farag's book, in one of the chapters, he talked about evidence collection and the whole chain of command, how it goes. So is it the chain of custody?
Custody.
So the custody, yeah. So the investigators go out there, they collect the evidence and they turn it in and to the prosecution, right? So they have everything. What's viable, what's not viable, what's interesting, what's not interesting, what's like prime evidence and everything, and garbage, right? And the defense gets only what they're going to use.
What they release.
Right?
Including dog shit, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, you want evidence? There you go, dog shit. So you can call us on what's it called?
Brady
on dog shit, right? So and it's only logical that they are going to be controlling this whole narrative. It's only logical.
Yes.
Yeah, and the defense is basically just sitting there on their mercy, waiting to get what they get.
But if we can go back to this, The genes were a very important entry point, and I'll show you how. Because when they interviewed Brendan on March the 1st, they went to his house and picked up the bleach-stained genes at his mum's house. So if we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, you can see that these are the genes, Brendan's genes, behind the back of his pants. And you can see that the majority of the stains are at the front. He actually has very little staining at the back. Now, the genes themselves were forensically tested. They're forensically tested for the presence of blood. And guys, did they find any blood at all on those pants?
Absolutely not.
Of course not.
Of course not.
Nothing.
Now, remember, guys, both Stephen and Brendan were meant to have been cleaning up a very bloody crime scene involving shooting a person, Teresa Hallbach, 10 times, twice in the skull, once at the back, once on the left side of the temple. There was no blood present on Brendan's jeans. Now, you may argue, well, he washed them. Let me tell you right now, washing, and it's been proven, washing is not a surefire way to remove biological material. Check 61.
Unless you have the right bleach. You have to have oxygenated bleach, isn't that right?
That's correct, oxy bleach, which we'll talk about, right? So forensic evidence can still remain in your clothes. So you have to be very, very careful. And furthermore, if you wash your clothes with somebody else's clothes, you can transfer forensic evidence, including DNA, from one item of clothing to somebody else's. So you have to be
didn't you also say that about semen, that semen can survive?
Yes, it can.
So note to self, do not sit in Kratz's jacuzzi, everybody.
No, definitely not.
That's gross.
I had to, sorry.
Yeah, so there was no blood present on Brendan's jeans. But here's the disturbing question. I asked myself, how on earth did the investigators find out about the bleach stains on Brendan's jeans? How did they come to find out about this? Because Brendan never disclosed that he had cleaned the garage, got bleach stains on his jeans. So how did they find out? And the answer, you're going to be shocked. If we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61.
Doc, I was just going to ask that question.
Yep. The question is,
I don't remember him.
No, he never said a word. Now, remember when they questioned Brendan on February the 27th, and they sent Brendan, Barb, and Blaine to Fox Hills? Well, after they spoke with Brendan, the investigators went everywhere and spoke to all the family members. Have a look at this discourse. Jack 61, do you see the slide?
Absolutely.
Would you like to read it, please?
Sure. This February 27th at 10 p.m. DC hour report 239. Prior to leaving, Chuck made comments about his sister, Barbara Ann, telling him that Dassey had come home with bleach stains on his pants. Barbara told Chuck that Dassey said that he got stains on his pants while helping Stephen clean the garage floor with bleach. Chuck questioned how that could be because could be because you don't use bleach to clean grease or oil. Special Agent Fassbender told Chuck that the bleach can be used to clean other things such as blood and to destroy DNA. Chuck agreed with that Fassbender. Oh my God!
Wow!
Who is fucking shocked at that?
Well, I am because, to be honest, and no disrespect to Barb, I thought Barb was the one that said it. Directly.
Yeah, is this interview recorded?
That I don't know.
It would be interesting to see if this actually happened.
You know, I think I remember that Brendan did his own laundry. Do you all remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
So,
that's right.
You know, he may have had a little laundry accident and didn't want to admit to that. So, He said it happened in the garage or something.
And I'm just going to say about to Christina's question about this being recorded, and Doc is right, because if you look at February 27th about what all wasn't it Fassbender and Special Agent Lewis?
Yes, correct.
They were at like 4 or 5 places that evening.
Yep.
I fully believe that all of these were recorded.
That took place at 10 o'clock, guys. 10 o'clock in the evening.
That's right.
But what shocked me, Neverly, did you have a comment?
Yes, I was going to read this sentence. Chuck questioned how that could be because you do not use bleach to clean grease or oil. So he knows that, right?
Supposedly. But here's the question.
Stephen would know that. He's a mechanic, for God's sake.
Yes. But here's the question. Do you think Chuck is the type of guy that would pass on any information to law enforcement?
No.
Not at this point.
I wouldn't think so.
Do you think Chuck trusts law enforcement?
No. And I haven't seen all of Convicting, but he's the opposite of Earl, right? Still, even today, wouldn't you say he's just pretty much like staying out of it?
Yes, completely.
Okay.
Completely.
All right.
I do think.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Christina.
No, you're
done. Go ahead. I just want to say I do think that the sentence Chuck questioned how that could be. Now that makes sense because you don't use bleach to clean grease or oil. I mean that seems real. But
no, but do you find it rather odd that Chuck, who knows his brother was placed in prison for something he didn't do, the violent assault on Penny Bernstein, would disclose this information from his sister to him, to Fassbender, to say, oh, my nephew came home with bleach stains on his pants. That's one.
If you are, I don't know if this is the point you're trying to make, but if you actually read this, it's allowing for, if questioned, Fassbender to be truthful, would have to say, in the midst of questioning Chuck, we proposed these questions, and these were the answers he gave. And they formed it into this narrative, right? But let's say Fassbender asked Chuck, or Fassbender told Chuck, Barbara said that Brendan came home with bleach on his jeans that night. Okay. And then, and he got it from cleaning the floor with bleach. And Chuck would say, I don't know how that could be because you don't clean the garage with bleach, right? He didn't agree or disagree. What he said was, you're lying because that's not something that would happen, right? And so then Fassbender would say, well, you could use it to clean blood and destroy DNA.
And Chuck agreed.
And Chuck probably just shook his head, maybe, or shrugged. Like, could be.
There's also no comment in here whatsoever that says that occurred on October 31st.
Exactly. I've been waiting to say that. Who would remember such a specific thing that Brendan would come home on October 31st that night with bleached jeans? Come on. They couldn't figure out if they had fire, a whopping fire that night, and somebody's going to remember such a detail.
Right. But what I find, yes, I agree. But what I find amazing is that why would an investigator be telling a family member, oh, you can use bleach to clean up blood and destroy DNA.
Yeah, that's a very
what is Fassbender implying that Chuck's brother and nephew just did?
Well, they cleaned up a blood stain in the garage.
They cleaned up blood. Whose blood do you think they cleaned? Who's missing?
That's
Teresa.
Right. Teresa.
Yep. Planting seeds.
That perfect. Fassbender is seeding into Chuck's mind. Your brother and your nephew cleaned up a bloody crime scene. Why?
Yep. Because
they use bleach. And you just told me you don't use bleach to clean the garage floor. And Chuck agreed. What the hell? What the hell? This is Chuck Avery, a family member who distrusts the police, and he disclosed a vital piece of information to Fassbender, who was not aware of Brendan Dassey stained jeans. Agree? Everybody agree?
Yep.
The investigators had no idea what? Cleaning garage floor? Bleach stains? What the hell? Right? And if we look at the next slide.
Before we move on, can I have Neverly read Danny Brewer fans' question? I think we can knock this out right now.
Sure. He says, would Brendan know how to clean different things? Did he work with the car stuff often that he would know how to clean grease and oil from his jeans?
I don't think so.
I highly doubt it. But Brendan did routinely help Stephen in his garage. Clean, work on cars. And don't worry, I've got that.
That's true, but does a 15-year-old actually take interest in the chemical compounds and effects and, counter effects? Of course not. They were probably yammering about something silly.
Yep, agree. So, Sunshine.
I was just going to say, if they were cleaning the floor, Stephen would probably say something to Brendan like, grab that jug with the red label. And Brendan probably wasn't reading it. He was just getting the one with the red label. And I'm just using the color red as an example.
Correct. So if we look at what Chuck said, and we look at the next slide, this is something that really left a foul taste in my mouth. Remember in Ma'am, when they were talking to Chuck, and Chuck goes, only them two know what went on that night.
Yep, I remember it.
It struck me really badly to think, mate, that's not a supportive statement at all. That's a sort of a statement that has doubt in your brother and in your nephew. Instead of saying, there's no way they did this thing, to say this statement, only them two know what went on that night, I think is potentially quite damaging. That's my opinion.
I agree.
Yes, totally. And I can also add to this. Doesn't this sound something like what Kaczynski said?
In terms of what?
In terms of Brendan, before he even talked to Brendan.
Oh, yeah.
He already implied his guilt. Well, same with Chuck. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Susan.
If Chuck had no idea, right, what happened to Teresa, but they find the RAV. They've got Stephen's blood in the RAV. They've got her key from her bedroom. They've got all this evidence. I can understand why they have convinced Chuck that these two were involved with the story they put out there. Anybody would. I mean, it's pretty damning. Everything they had, the bones, all of it. So you can't.
But would
really
you
blame
be saying
Chuck.
this? Would you be actually publicly saying this openly?
Nope.
So here's where I'm at with it, y'all. At this point, they have kicked the entire family off the property, seized the vehicles, the guns, the cash, taken DNA, blood. What date was this?
That picture there?
Yeah.
The exact date, I don't know. I'm not sure whether they put the exact. They interviewed. They were talking to him.
Yeah. So I'm thinking within a month, at least a month, right? We're gonna say December. Okay.
Possibly.
So, so Chuck knows that whatever is going on, he's not going to be able to do anything. And I am not a Chuck Avery fan,
but
by far. I mean, but at the same time, he can't help his brother in prison himself.
No, but
and so how do you keep your business afloat? Because you got elderly parents, you got children, you got a brother who's getting hemmed up yet again by Manitowoc County, right? And how do you keep yourself out of prison? How do you keep the business afloat when no one is listening to what you're trying to say?
True,
at this point, try and like stop it and then get to a point where you can at least feel like you're not on the verge of going to jail yourself. And I'm not in any way defending them, but the more that I think about this case, that family had to have been absolutely terrified by what was being done.
Yes.
And no one, all the avenues that are supposed to keep this from happening were instead like rolling out the red carpet to get it done.
We got another issue too with Chuck. What was going on in the background on the side that we found out so much more about, when I was finally able to get those recordings, those calls. He was after Jody. He wanted Jody.
Yes, he did. And plus Debbie, the association between Jody and Debbie.
Oh my God.
And let's not forget about this little thing that's called the business that he's been up and running for 18 years.
Right.
Until Stephen came out. Yeah.
So what I was going to say was, if you're thinking nefarious, is his actions, don't look at me, look at them. It's a deflection.
Well, that's true, because remember, and actually I just read this, you guys have gone through the DCI reports. I just read this again the other night about this person that worked with someone else that allegedly overheard this conversation. Chuck said, "We burned the bitch."
Yep.
That's in a DCI report.
Yep. Correct. So potentially, if you're thinking nefariously, he's drawing attention away from himself and saying, look at them two. Right? I just found it rather odd. So what I wanted to do was, how everyone's commenting, bleach, come on, you can't use bleach. Well, I did some deep diving into bleach. If we have a look at the next slide, there are two different types of bleach that you can buy. One is chlorine-based bleach, and the other one is peroxide-based bleach. By doing a bit of reading, different things on the internet and different applications of bleach, I found this, right? Susan, do you see the slide?
I do, Doc.
Yeah, can you read just what I've highlighted? This is a use of bleach. Would you like to read what I've just highlighted?
Sure. Using bleach on a garage floor can be quite effective for various cleaning tasks, removing stains, oil and grease stains. Bleach can help break down and remove stubborn oil and grease stains from the concrete. I don't think Stephen cared about removing the stains. Look at that floor. Anyway, mold and mildew, disinfecting, sanitizing the floor, deodorizing, eliminating odors, general cleaning, brightening concrete, it can restore the whiteness of plain, uncolored concrete, making the floor look cleaner and more presentable. There you go. Okay. There are no bleach stains in there.
Right? So, potentially, if they'd use some bleach, it's not nefarious at all. People do use bleach. You make up a stock solution, bit of bleach, bit of water, you dilute it to clean stubborn stains, right?
So but I think you'd be able to see if they had done that because it would have brightened that area, cleaned it.
Yes, especially if they use neat, undiluted bleach, right? So what Brendan disclosed, what Barb disclosed to Chuck about the genes and what Chuck disclosed to Fassbender about the bleach stains in the genes, that immediately sent Fassbender and Lewis back to Fox Hills. They had to get to the bottom of it because now, for the first time, Fassbender's going, huh? Bleach stains? Cleaning the garage? What the hell? So Jack 61, if we have a look back, if we have a look at the next slide, Lewis and Fassbender went back to Fox Hills at 10 to 11 at night. Now remember, at Fox Hills was Brendan, Barb, and Blaine. Fassbender and Lewis wanted to find out, hey, look, buddy, how did you get these bleach stains on your jeans? Because remember what Fassbender told Chuck. Bleach is used to clean blood and to destroy DNA. In other words, to cover up a crime scene. And Brendan just admitted that he'd used bleach. Uh-oh. So Brendan drew this diagram out. This is a game changer diagram. Right, Jack 61? Right, guys? We'd never seen it before till 2024.
No, we've never had this.
Never seen it. And you have a look at the area that he cleaned, the stain that he cleaned, where it was in retrospect with the El Tigre. It was right next to it. It's towards the front of the garage. Nowhere near towards the back. But Brendan said, me and my uncle, we used gasoline, paint thinner, and bleach to clean the garage. As soon as Brendan said bleach, red flags went up. Ah, bleach. Brendan told Fassbender and Lewis that what he cleaned up was dark red in color and it smelled like oil. Right? And remember the pictures I just showed you of November the 6th and November the 11th? What do you notice on the ground? Stains. Automotive fluid stains. Those vehicles were leaking. So look where Brendan drew where he cleaned the stains towards the front. So everything matched. But Fassbender was having none of this. So look what he says next to Brendan. Right? Neverly, do you see the slide?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to read it? This is
of
crucial.
Course.
This is crucial.
Special Agent Fassbender asked again what the color of the substance was, and he advised red. He advised it looked red on the rags. Special Agent Fassbender asked if the substance could have been blood, and he advised he thought it could have been blood. Special Agent Fassbender asked what he now thinks it was, and he advised he thinks it was blood. Oh, really? Because I don't know what it was. It was just red, but what do you think it could be blood? Yeah, I guess.
But guys, you understand what Brendan has just potentially admitted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is also trickery.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, but if you're an agent, an investigator investigating a crime scene, and Teresa's missing, and he's just now admitted, yeah, we use bleach. I think it could have been blood. The investigators are thinking, oh my God, did Brendan just admit to cleaning up a bloody crime scene? Correct? Is that a possibility?
That's what they wanted him to do. Yeah.
Can I point one other thing out from this little paragraph?
Yes, please.
Brendan said it looked red on the rags. The rags, not on the clothes he was using.
That's right. He did say that.
Correct.
So
excellent.
So where are the rags?
He's changed another element.
Correct.
Did they test the rags?
Correct. No. He said that the rags that they threw on the fire, so there was nothing to test, right? But you notice that there's a shifting in the conversation and there's a shifting, a morphing. So now what appeared to be motor transmission fluid, Brendan's going, yeah, could have been blood. But guys, I just thought of something.
Which is true. It could have been. But it could have been also ketchup.
True. But I just thought of something. Was there blood actually on Stephen Avery's garage floor?
Yeah, I think it was old dried blood.
Yeah. There was blood on Stephen's garage floor.
It was Stephen's.
It was Stephen's. Yeah. So the question is, did Brendan go, oh, yeah, I remember seeing some blood, right? Oh, yeah, blood's red, dark, same color as the motor fluid. Oh, I suppose it could be blood. Brendan had no idea. He took the hook. You get it, guys?
Of course. That's what I'm saying. It's trickery.
It's a suggestion. Yes, he's very suggestible. Yeah.
Yes.
Trickery.
Right. Remember what happened to Brendan with O'Neill and Baldwin. Oh, come on, Brendan. The bus driver saw Teresa Horbach. The 16 kids on the bus saw the Teresa Horbach taking the photo, the female, and Brendan goes, yeah, but I wasn't looking. And then all of a sudden, yeah, he sees Teresa. So the kid is highly suggestible, right? So now, a couple of days later, Brendan now inserts himself into rape, murder, torture, he forgot dismemberment, shooting, and cremation. So
Poor guy.
He went from cleaning up Stephen's garage and pushing in a Suzuki to full-on admitting to ultra-violence. How? Susan.
When was the interview that Brendan said it smelled like oil?
The 27th.
And what is this one?
This is the same interview. This is the same interview.
Same interview. Okay.
TCI report. It's the same TCI report. So that's why Fassbender and Lewis ran back to Fox Hills, because Chuck said, oh, my sister said he's got bleach stains on his pants, and they were cleaning the garage floor with bleach. And that's where Fassbender goes, yeah, but bleach is used to clean up blood and destroy DNA. So now Brendan has just admitted to Fassbender, oh, it could have been blood, right?
So he acknowledged that it possibly could have been,
which is true.
It was red in color. That's right. And like Neverly said,
but guys, the damage is done.
This is why we need the audio of these interviews, because what we're getting is a summation that is slanted to prove the investigation theory accurate at trial. That's not, so this is written for a conviction, not to solve a crime.
No, because
Fremgen, this is the receipts for them. Yeah.
Yes, because Fremgen asked Fassbender in court, goes, you questioned Brendan about the substance on the ground, that it could be blood. Yeah. Wasn't it you, the first person who mentioned the word blood? Yes. So it never came out of Brendan's mouth. Brendan, it was suggested to him. And remember I showed you the picture, the podcast ago, on the ground, transmission motor fluid looks like blood.
Blood. It does.
Hey, that's interesting.
Especially if it's burnt.
That's interesting. So if Fremgen knew he would have to say that he suggested it,
yes,
that means that potentially that he has the audio recording of this interview.
Could be. Wouldn't that be very interesting? All right. So now
is Fremgen the Ken Kratz lookalike?
Well, sort of, but yeah,
Sort of.
he was
Yeah,
Brendan.
okay.
Yes.
His little brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
So now Brendan has admitted on the 27th that it could have been blood. When they interrogate Brendan on March the 1st, that look at the questions they ask him. They want to now know where the cleaning took place, right? So, Jack 61, are you happy to read Fassbender?
Yep.
Susan, are you happy to read Brendan?
Sure, Doc.
And Sunshine or Neverly, are you happy to read Uyghur?
Go ahead, Neverly.
You
Okay.
happy to read
Sure.
Uyghur? Okay, so this is the March 1st interrogation. Let's go for it, guys.
Fassbender. Now, the shirt. Earlier you told us the shirt had blood on it, had a hole in it. Was that not true then?
No.
So that wasn't true. Brendan Check said no. Pause. So what do you do in the garage now? What kind of cleaning? What do you do? How do you do it?
We threw gas on it so we could get it off. Then he tried paint thinner, and then he went to bleach to get it off. And he went like he was spraying it. Like, I thought he got it on the floor and it splashed up on my pants or something.
How much bleach? No, let me go back. How much blood was there on the floor? Quite a bit?
That's yes. Mm-hmm.
Where would it have been?
Like by the lawnmower and where the Jeep's tire was.
If you had to say some dimensions like 2 by 2, 2 feet by 2 feet, 10 by 10, how much blood do you think was there?
By 2 by 2.
By 2 by 2. Yeah.
Okay.
Like Brendan wouldn't have any clue what that means.
Exactly.
Not one. Not a clue at all.
But guys, here's the important thing. He said where the cleaning allegedly took place near the ride-on lawnmower, behind the ride-on lawnmower. So now they got into a specific area, and also by the Jeep, the wheel of the Jeep, right? Which is in complete contrast to where Brendan drew where they cleaned the stain. But you notice how funny, sorry, Jaxie's one, you know how funny what Brendan described Stephen was doing with the bleach? He was shaking it and it just splashed everywhere. And so, in other words, Lord knows how much bleach, if at all, they'd used, or just a tiny bit of bleach. It obviously wasn't an extensive cleanup using bleach. Would you agree? The way Brendan goes, he went like spraying it like, could have been anything. Jack 61.
Yeah, shaking the bottle, like pouring it out of the bottle or something.
Correct.
He's also moved from the drawing. He's also moved another element of what he had said earlier.
Yes.
I mean, well, actually, that drawing is later, I think.
Yes.
So he changed when he did the drawing later on with Kelly. He moved an element, a significantly amount, because it was towards the front.
Correct. But now the investigators have focused now behind the lawnmower, the ride-on lawnmower. Susan.
I still think, I think he's trying to cover up for the lie he told his mom about the bleach. And the way he is, probably like he went like he was spraying it like, I think he had lied to his mom about the bleach on his pants. And he was trying to add it in there.
He blames Stephen.
I think that's a possibility.
Yep. And in that DCI report, by the way, Brendan never wore the jeans again, right? And clearly he had a self-conscious element. He was trying to impress his new girlfriend. And I'll tell you what, as a young man, at 16, are you going to wear jeans that have got bleach stains on them to impress a girl?
Probably not.
I don't think so. No.
No.
Now, so we know roughly the area that Brendan is talking about. Barb, 2 days later, rings up her brother and challenges Stephen about the bleach. Brilliant. Stephen, Jaxie Swan, have you got that call? It's only a short clip.
I do.
Yep.
You ready?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Here we go.
Over by me. Okay, put it this way. Where did the bleach come from? What bleach? The bleach over his pants. But that was the time I washed the floor. That was after your van. And that was weeks ago. That wasn't that night. That night he came over. We had the bonfire, and he was home by 9 o'clock. Because I was in the house. Because Jody called me at 9 o'clock. And I was in the house already. And there was not left to the fire.
Okay. So you could see that Barb directly challenged her brother. Where'd this bleach come from? And Stephen's going, that's when I cleaned the garage floor, but that was when we did your van. So the question is, they can't even work out when the garage floor was cleaned. Would you guys agree?
Yeah, and she challenged him on a recorded jail call.
Yes.
So, yeah.
This is 2 days
Weeks
after
earlier.
Yep. That's 2 days after her son got arrested. Right?
Well,
and remember
yeah, because she wanted whatever the answer was going to be.
Exactly.
It was either going to explain what was going on, which is going to help Brendan, because then it's going to be, yes, he did it, but she's getting evidence that so she can get him a plea, right? Or
Yes.
it's going to help her to remember how the bleach got on his pants, because she don't remember either. Now, what I find interesting is I thought I heard that's when I washed your car, and that was
The van.
The van.
after the van.
Correct.
Yeah. So
No, when he washed the floor, he said.
The floor. Wash the floor.
the floor.
He mentioned the
Okay.
van.
Yeah.
He did
He
mention
mentioned
He
the van.
did.
Yeah,
That was
but
after
Well-
he had worked on her van in there.
that's
Makes me-
right.
And
makes-
then he,
The
and then he
van-
washed the floor.
Makes me wonder if that van leaked a bunch of crap all over his floor or he spilled something.
There is a discussion somewhere where that van blew a transmission line and they had to replace it. I can't remember where I saw it. But that's
Was it the red van that was for sale?
I'm
Yes.
pretty sure
Yes.
it's that
Yeah,
van.
and that's why he wanted
Yeah.
to sell it, because it was like, how much did he sell it for? Like something nominal.
2,000 something.
Yeah, it was like $1,200.
Okay.
Yeah.
But and the other thing that a key thing is, I don't think there was a fire on the 31st personally, but those jail calls are the only reason that Stephen is able to have any concrete memory of his day-to-day activities.
And the phone calls.
Yeah, that's the only
That's it.
reason, because
That's it.
nothing out of the ordinary happened. And I'm not judging Stephen, okay? But Stephen is not a journal. He doesn't journal. He's not a deep thinker. He doesn't do a lot of outside activities. So it's mundane things, right? It's everything's the same. And so
Every single day is the same. He
that's
wakes
right.
up on the yard and he goes to work on the yard and he cleans up afterwards. So everything is there.
It's
That's
routine.
right.
It is routine.
Routine.
Yep. And so those jail calls they're an issue for the state, because anyone who has any experience with the jail calls and the jail log system knows that you know, they're very hard. You can't just make them disappear. So he's got an alibi for there, but it also allows Jody to help him recall, because her memory's better. Helps Jody to help him recall what was going on that day, which has allowed him to do it.
Which is a perfect segue into the next slide. Neverly, did you have a comment?
No, I'll mute.
Okay. Now, the investigators didn't stop there. They went and spoke with Jody, right? They wanted to get to the bottom of this regarding Brendan cleaning the garage. They thought, huh? What's a 16-year-old kid doing cleaning the garage? All right. So can we have the same people do the read? Who did we get? Who read we get? Was that Neverly?
That was Neverly.
Yes, that was me.
Susan, sorry. Who would like to do Fassbender?
I'll do Fassbender. I was him last.
Okay, and Sunshine, would you like to do Jody?
I'll be Jody.
Okay, so now on October the 11th, they go and get Jody and they ask, look what they ask her. Okay, let's go for it, guys.
Weird. Would it have been normal for Brendan to come over and help clean house or clean the garage, or?
To help clean out in the garage, yeah.
Okay. What would they normally do when they were cleaning the garage?
Sweep the floors, rearrange the stuff on the floors to a different spot.
Okay.
Would he ever use any substances like gas, turpentine, or bleach on the garage floor?
If there was oil or something on the floor.
Bleach?
I have no idea.
Why was there special emphasis on the bleach? Okay.
I've never seen him do that.
You've never seen him use bleach on the floor?
No.
All right.
They're efficient.
And this one is recorded. We do have this recording.
Yep. So quite clearly, there was no big deal for Brendan to come and help his uncle. And look what Jody said. Yeah, turpentine, gas to clean up oil, but I never heard them use bleach. But if you think about it, what Brendan said about Stephen splashing the bleach, it doesn't seem to me like they used an extensive amount of bleach. Would you guys agree?
I would tend to agree. I mean, it's almost like he was just horsing around and sprayed him.
And got some bleach. They clearly used gasoline and turpentine paint thinner to clean the garage floor. And even Jody said, hey, they do sweeping. They move stuff from one side of the garage to the other side of the garage.
Because it's packed. Yeah.
Correct. Now, do we have any other comments? Because this is going to blow your mind.
Yeah.
Susan.
I found it interesting that Stephen did remember cleaning the garage floor specifically after he had the van in there, which is, something out of the routine. Like,
true.
It was something he could recall specifically weeks ago.
Yes.
But it was after he had the van in there, because obviously the van probably leaked a bunch of stuff. So I find that very interesting. And I can see Brendan reaching back that far, memory of cleaning that stuff up with rags. No.
Yep, interesting. Thank you.
Maybe they drained the fluid or something. Who knows?
Yep. They drain the fluid, change the filters, make sure that everything is working fine before you sell it, right? But it's nothing extraordinary. Brendan helps his uncle clean up the garage.
Well,
right?
Yeah, here's what I think. I think the bleach getting on the jeans, I think that Brendan probably said something to the effect of, my mom's going to be mad at me, at you, about the jeans, and you know, she spent X amount of dollars on them, yada, yada, yada. And so there was a, you know, a back and forth. Stephen probably felt bad because he's trying to keep Brendan from getting yelled at. And so I think that might have played a role in it too. It's just, this investigation is just so crazy.
It's manufactured. It's manufactured.
Yes, it's manufactured. And the whole bleach, how they were fishing for information about the bleach and they were like kind of stuck on this, is just for the appearance, for show, for theater, because then they can go to court and say, they use bleach to conceal all of this. So they knew what they were doing it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it was just for show, for show.
The bleach was quintessential to the narrative, right? Quintessential to the narrative. So now we have a look at the next slide. The next slide is crucial. This is probably one of the most important pictures that was taken of the garage, right? And I never really appreciated what it actually showed, right? Now, if you look at it, you're trying to determine whether the garage, some type of crime has been committed inside this garage. There are 4 officers that go into this garage on November the 6th, one day after the RAV4 was found. And when they walk into the garage, they notice, Neville, are you able to just mute? I'm just getting a bit of feedback.
I'm so sorry. Yes, of course. Sorry.
Not at all. When the investigators walk into the garage, the first thing they notice on the ground is blood, dried up blood spots, and spent shell casings. Guys, does that immediately raise any red flags when you walk into a garage and you see blood and spent shell casings?
Yeah, you got a missing woman? Absolutely, it's going to raise your hackles. Something else I noticed about this that I never really paid attention until you pointed it out, this bottom left block. Look at all the footprints. They've just tracked this shit everywhere.
Yep, correct.
God,
and that's a point. That's a point. I looked at this picture for 2 hours and I'm thinking to myself, what is wrong with this picture? What is wrong with the way these guys treated this particular crime scene? And it all has panned out. For a start, if you truly believe that Stephen and Brendan had shot Teresa Halbach in this garage, and remember, there's evidence of dismemberment, what you're going to produce is blood. Whether you believe it or not, you're going to produce blood because you're inflicting gunshot wounds, you're inflicting stabbing, cutting, dismemberment. You're going to produce bodily fluids, including blood. Agree? Is that
whether there's a tarp underneath her or not?
That's 100% correct, because Mr. Kratz had to go, Jesus, maybe they used a tarp, right?
Yeah.
You're going to have biological fluid going everywhere, Jack 61.
Well, you know, just looking at this and what they say they saw, you know, pretty much immediately when they walked in, to me, why wouldn't they have just said, look, we may have a real problem here. Pull out and get the crime scene investigators in there immediately. Basically, wall it off.
Exactly. So these guys walk into this crime scene, potential crime scene. They see blood, they see spent shell casings, but notice all the evidence tags are towards one side of the garage. What did Jody said that the boys do? What do they do in the garage? They sweep. It's like they've swept spent shell casings all over the garage and they swept it to one side of the garage. Agree? Look where all the evidence markers are, right? Now, if you kill someone, is all the forensic evidence going to be in just one location? In one spot? No, it's going to go everywhere. But if you notice, Jody said, yeah, they come in, they sweep the garage floor. What you notice is all the evidence markers in this picture are towards the right-hand side, the western wall. but there's clearly blood on the ground. So wait, if Teresa was in this garage with her RAV4 and was murdered in this garage, and you expect them to clean this garage up, it's undeniable. What the hell is Stephen leaving blood and spent shell casings on the garage floor if there's meant to be an extensive cleanup? Can anyone answer that question?
There was no extensive cleanup.
None. Zero. Straight away, that's your problem right there. This is not a cleaned up crime scene at all. It is in situ. Stephen and Brendan left the blood there, left the shell casings there, right? Now, you might be thinking, come on, they weren't expecting. Hey, Remica went in there on November the 3rd or November the 4th and asked Stephen, do you mind if I go inside your house? How about if the 4th? How about if Remica said, do you mind if I just give your garage a quick check? Stephen had no control. No control.
Right. That's
zero.
Right.
So therefore, wait a minute. If you have murdered Teresa Horbach, what the hell are you doing leaving blood, spent shell casings on your garage floor? It is proof to me that there was no extensive cleanup, right? But there's more issues with this particular crime scene. Jack 61, if you could just raise the picture. Jack 61 mentioned a very important point. Look at all the footprints. These guys were walking through the stains on the ground and trampling all over the garage floor. They were transferring stuff from one place of the garage to other locations in the garage. Agree?
Yeah, they should have pulled out immediately. If they really thought that this was a true crime scene, you pull back, you isolate it, and you're like, no one's getting in here but the crime scene guys to do their deal.
Now, who didn't go in there on November the 6th? Who works for the crime lab?
Ertl.
John Ertl. John Ertl. The actual forensics guys from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab were not called to go into the garage on November the 6th. So those 4 officers, 3 MTSO, 1 Calumet, they processed the garage. But guys, you can see they're walking all over a potential crime scene. They're moving stuff from one location to the next. Further, Jack 61, can you push the picture up? All the way up to the top? Look what's on the ground on the left-hand side. What do you see on the ground? An evidence collection box. Guys, they stuck an evidence collection box on the garage floor.
Why the hell would they put it all the way back there?
On the garage floor, on potential forensic evidence. Jack 61.
Right. Yeah, I was going to agree with you.
Right? But if you scroll up a little bit, look at the guy standing in the background. What's he wearing? He's wearing jeans.
Jeans, yeah.
Is he wearing a suit?
Street clothes. No, he's not.
He's wearing street clothes in a potential crime scene, right? So therefore, the potential for contamination of that garage floor is off the charts. But this one's going to blow your mind. Have a look at the extreme right. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 evidence tags. And guess where they all are behind? The lawnmower. The rider.
I was going to say the John Deere riding mower.
Behind the lawnmower. These guys are not wearing protective clothing. They are clearly walking behind the ride-on lawnmower, potentially cross-contaminating that area with their feet. Susan, did you have a comment?
Oh, I was just thinking about Fassbender's ridiculous theory about how that bullet got back there.
All right.
Looking at this garage.
Yeah. So I looked at all this, I'm thinking, oh my God, that's a forensic nightmare what these guys have done. So I'm going to ask the panel, and I want people in chat to answer the question. Do you honestly believe that Stephen and Brendan did a forensic cleanup of the garage? Jack 61.
Not a chance in hell. They got up some, fluid off the floor, transmission or oil, whichever, or whatever, maybe some kind of special fluid for that skidoo, for its transmission, lubrication, whatever. And there was definitely a leak. We can see the freaking leak.
Yes.
In the prior photo. So I think that probably along maybe with some other things out of the Suzuki, that's what they were getting at.
But not a forensic. Not a forensic.
No.
No way in hell. No way in hell.
No way in hell. Sunshine Christina.
That's a big fat negatory.
Okay. What about you, Neverly? Do you think the boys did a forensic cleanup in that garage?
I don't think that the boys could do anything forensically.
No
shade.
Definitely not. But don't worry, it gets better, right? So if you look at the next picture, this is what they should have been wearing going into that garage. That a hazmat suit.
Completely agree. They should have pulled. If they thought that was a crime scene, you stop, guys. We're done. Get out. Get the crime set, guys.
Get out. Call Erdl. You process that crime scene, and you do it once, and you do it properly. Remember, guys, they were in there for 2 freaking hours. That's 4 officers in a tiny garage, and they processed it. Right? You can't go back and reprocess because no longer in situ. Right? So these guys potentially are contaminating the entire freaking crime scene. Right? This idea that Kratz said, oh, it was only a cursory search is utter bullshit. If it was a cursory search, they're in there 2 minutes. Quick look. Do you see Teresa? No, no. Do you see anything? No. But when they walked in, when they asked Kucharski, what'd you see? We saw blood. We saw spent shell casings. Hello? You call Erdl. Agree? You put crime scene tape and you call Erdl. Did you see crime scene tape on November the 6th?
I saw it around the garage.
On November the 6th?
No. Or any other time.
No, it appeared much later. So, guys, they walked in there. They must have concluded, I don't know what happened here, right? They saw blood. They collected the blood. They saw the shell casings. They collected the shell. But there's no crime scene tape, right? So, Buting asked Kucharski, goes, what were you guys doing in there? Right? Can we have a look at the next slide, please? Who would like to don't worry. I now have an incredible respect for Buting and Strang. These guys were on the ball. They smelt a rat, guys. They smelt a rat. So Buting is the question. Ask Kucharski, what the hell were you guys doing in that garage? What were you looking for? Who would like to read Buting? Which is the question.
I can read Buting if you want.
Okay. And who would like to read the answers, which is Kucharski? Susan?
Sure.
Okay. Let's go for it, guys.
All right. Have you ever seen transmission fluid?
Yes.
Have you ever seen it stain a floor?
Yes.
Is transmission fluid red?
Reddish brown tinge, if I remember. Yes.
Okay. And there was lots of stains like this particular red one in that garage. Is that fair to say?
I didn't hear a lot of scenes.
A lot of stains like this, these reddish.
Yes.
Sort of brighter red stains.
Yes.
You're looking more for dark brownish red, right? When you're looking for blood.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right? So you saw in the garage, There's motor transmission fluid splashed everywhere, but there's also blood. So Kacharski said, well, we're looking for dark red stains. We're not looking for transmission fluid. There's absolutely no doubt that they found blood, drops of blood in that garage. Jack 61, did you have a comment?
Well, you got Kacharski up there, and he knows that he probably knows it's a big red herring, so he's trying to be kind of avoid. He knows what it looks like. There's no doubt he's probably somebody that works on cars, but at least has seen stains like this on somebody's garage floor, maybe even his own. He knows.
Yeah. All right. So the critical question is, how is blood detected? Now, guys, I'm sorry to say, but there's going to be a little bit of chemistry. But for you crime scene gurus, you're going to love the next section. Right,
well,
Jason?
I'm just going to say, I saw these slides, and I'm thinking that probably no one better than Dr. Silkman to boil this down to where we can understand it. So thank you in advance.
So I'm going to try my best to explain. This is very important. No matter what crime or genre you're interested in, this you've got to understand what investigators do. So this shows you a red blood cell, right? One red blood cell. And inside a red blood cell, we have around about 300 million hemoglobin molecules. You can see on the right, hemoglobin is a tetrameric protein. It means that it contains 4 subunits: alpha 1, alpha 2, beta 1, beta 2. These are called globulin chains. They're proteins. Each globulin chain contains a heme, you can see the word heme, a heme prosthetic group. Don't worry, I'll go through it. It's very important on how investigators detect blood. Inside the heme prosthetic group, there is an iron atom. So our hemoglobin, one hemoglobin molecule, carries 4 oxygen molecules around your blood, right? In your circulatory system. The iron has to be in the plus, don't worry about the chemistry, it's got to be in the +2 oxidation state in order for it to carry oxygen and bind oxygen. So we know that hemoglobin contains a heme group. That heme contains iron. So some very clever scientists worked out, we can devise tests to detect the heme group in hemoglobin, right? So guys, so far so good. I haven't lost anybody. We're all good?
I'm good. Absolutely. Following along.
Beautiful. Let me know if you don't. So in the next slide, we have the heme prosthetic group. This is that chemical group in your hemoglobin. We all have it. In the center of that hemoglobin molecule is iron in the +2 oxidation state. Lo and behold, scientists discovered that this chemical group has got enzyme activity. It can act like an enzyme. What does an enzyme do? It catalyzes a reaction. What scientists discovered is that it's got what's called peroxidase activity. It can break down hydrogen peroxide, right? Don't ask me how, but your hemoglobin has got this ability to act like an enzyme, like a pseudo enzyme. So scientists worked out, okay, how can we use this chemical feature in order to detect blood, especially at a crime scene? So Jack 61, if we look at the next slide, I'm not going to go through the whole lot, but there are things called presumptive tests. And these presumptive tests were used in Stephen Avery's garage. Now notice, I want to say straight off the bat, they're presumptive tests. They're not confirmatory tests. That's critical. It means just because you get a positive reaction does not mean you have proven that you have blood. We all agree? Jack 61.
Yeah, because it looks like just, and I didn't when I was doing the slides after you sent them to me, it looks like these different tests detect different reagents for that test. It's specific.
Correct. So in Stephen's garage, the investigators used 2 different types of presumptive tests. They used phenolphthalein and they also used luminol. Now, phenolphthalein uses the chemical hydrogen peroxide. Remember what I said about heme? Heme has got peroxide activity. So if heme is present, it can break down the hydrogen peroxide, cause a chemical reaction, and phenolphthalein turns pink. So it's a presumptive test for blood. But there's another one. Jack 61, if you just scroll up a little bit, and don't worry, I'll go through all the tests, these 2 tests in detail. Very important, because Kratz was very, very deceptive. So luminol is a spray. It also uses hydrogen peroxide as well. So if heme is present, the hydrogen peroxide is broken down. Hold a sec. Let me get back. Sorry, guys, I've just lost my page.
It's interesting that there's all these different chemicals that they can use.
Yeah, it is. And these, sorry, guys, I just lost my page for a sec. These tests have been developed over a long period of time. But luminol is a good one because it's a spray, right? It also uses hydrogen peroxide. But what it does, guys, is a chemiluminescence. It gives like a glow, a blue-white glow. So if we look at the next picture, Jack 61, I'm going to explain what these tests are and how they work. Very, very important. They're presumptive tests. So the first test is the phenolphthalein test, also known as the Castle-Meyer test, developed a long time ago. So what Kachowski would have done was gone up to what looked like a blood stain, got a Q-tip, put a drop of water, taken a scoop of the sample, placed on the phenolphthalein, a drop of the phenolphthalein, and then added hydrogen peroxide. If heme was present, the heme catalyzes the reaction, breaks down the hydrogen peroxide, converts phenolphthalein, which is colorless, to pink. Guys, that's it, right? It's a simple color reaction. What Kachowski would have done, or the other officers, is test the stain directly. All right, they just take a scoop, they put on the reagents and look for a color change. If it turns pink, but it's got to turn pink rapidly. If it turns pink, then they say, shit, we think we got blood. Jack 61.
Just to clarify for me and everyone else out there, just because it turns pink doesn't mean that it's necessarily human. It could be animal blood too.
You cannot tell the difference. Correct. None of these tests are specific for human blood.
Wanted to make sure everybody understood that. Yeah, because it can be confusing because I you know, just in talking to you, I know that once they detect blood, then they use different antibodies to say, okay, it's their blood, it's human, whatever. Yeah. Okay.
Correct. 100%. Susan.
Are there other things that can turn it pink other than blood?
Yes. Yes, which we'll go through in a second. So normally, if remember what Colhane said, when they process the RAV4, they look for stains. They take a scoop of the stain, they do a phenolphthalein test, if it turns pink, they go, presumptive positive for blood. I'll take another swab, do a DNA prep. If I get DNA, then I've confirmed that there was blood there. You get it, guys? I confirm that there was blood there. Why?
Yes.
Because there were white blood cells there. I was able to extract genomic DNA from the swab. Guys, we're cool?
Yes.
But in the field, in that garage, when it turned pink, they couldn't say whether it was human or animal blood. Right? It's not that type of test. Plus, they never stuck any of these blood samples under a microscope to look at red blood cells. They just do a quick test. Is it blood? Yes or no. So it's a presumptive test. Now, the next one.
Can I also mention at this point, Teresa Halbach is still, according to the investigation timeline, missing and presumed alive.
Yes.
At this point.
This is November the 6th, right? This is before the key, before the cremains, before the burnt electronics, before Cuss Road.
So they are looking for a woman who they have no reason to believe is deceased. They have not found a large amount of blood. They have not found a body. They have not had someone confess. Nope. And they are working on their story.
Yes.
She is presumed missing, endangered, but we don't know.
And they know nothing about Brendan.
Nope. And they have no theory of a crime yet.
Nope. And remember, they already went in Stephen's trailer. Did they find any evidence of Teresa in Stephen's trailer?
Not a bit.
They brought in Brutus. No hits in the master bedroom. So the next thing they check is the garage. But in the garage, they're finding blood. They're finding spent shell casings, right? So if we look at the next slide, Jack 61, this is what Kaczarski would have seen, right? You can see that on the left-hand side, the swab would have turned pink and really quick. And he would have been going, shit, that's blood, right? So they would have checked all the spots where there was blood on the ground, and they would have taken a second scoop to say, right, this will be tested for DNA. But on the right-hand side, if it was clear, that means it's presumptive negative. It's not blood. Guys, we're cool? So it's a quick color test. So far, have I lost anybody in the audience or the panel members?
Nah.
So far, so good? All right.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yep.
I'm good.
Excellent. So it's a presumptive test, which means that this type of test is not specific for human blood. You've got to do further testing to prove that you have blood there. That reaction you see is actually due to blood. All right, now comes the next one. This is where the controversy comes in, and that is the use of luminol. And luminol is a spray. It also was used in Stephen's garage. Luminol is used in the presence of hydrogen peroxide. So if you've got heme, remember heme with the iron, it can act like an enzyme. It acts like a catalyst, which means that a chemical reaction takes place if heme is present and luminol is transformed, and you can see the pictures, into different types of molecules until you get to where it's, see that molecule that's in yellow? That's bracketed in yellow? That's luminol in the excited state. The electrons get elevated to a higher energy level. When the electrons come down to the ground state, magic happens. It chemiluminesces, right? So you've got to carry this out in the dark, turn off the light, and you see a blue glow, right? You'll see a blue glow. But this chemical reaction will only last for about 30 seconds. But what scientists discovered was, I simply respray again and boom, the reaction occurs again. Guys, we're all cool? So that's luminol. It's a spray. So if blood is present, it'll come up, it'll chemiluminesce, right? So this technique was also used in Stephen's garage. And if you look at the next picture, Have a look. This is an example of spraying luminol on blood. But here's the kicker. This is a demonstration. But when they walked in that room, do you think they would have seen any blood on the floor or the couch?
Not at all.
None.
Gotta have a black light to illuminate to see it, make it see
the
glow.
They would have seen nothing. When they walked into that room, they wouldn't have seen no blood on the carpet, no blood on the couch, because someone attempted to clean it up. Do you see the streak? Right? So someone attempted to clean up the blood, but luminol is so sensitive, it detects blood that you can't see with your eye. So therefore, you think you've cleaned up a crime scene? No chance in hell.
You haven't cleaned up anything.
You haven't cleaned up anything. It's still there, right? So that's why we're going to have a look at how much of a forensic guru Stephen and Brendan actually were. So note, even if I spray and it comes up, it's only a presumptive test. You have to prove that it's blood. So you know what we'll talk about in a sec. What Kucharski would have done is, or Erdl, is if it comes up with luminol, it might be blood. What am I going to do? Okay, I'll take a couple of swabs and do phenolphthalein. You get it, guys? You have another test to see whether it comes up positive. Guys, we're all happy with that.
Yes.
Right? So you do the luminol spray. Oh my God, I found a spot that's really bright. Let me take a scoop, test it with phenolphthalein. Does it come up positive? Does it come up negative? And that way you can say, okay, there's a good chance that we've got blood here. If it comes up positive with phenolphthalein, you take another scoop, you do a DNA prep, beautiful, all done. But there's a problem. There's a big freaking problem with luminol. And Susan highlighted it, same with phenolphthalein. Luminol, its greatest strength is its greatest weakness. And that is luminol is extremely sensitive. In other words, it detects what's called latent blood. You can't see it with your eye. You walk into a room where there's been a murder, right? And you look around, you can't see any blood at all, right? It's all cleaned up, supposedly. But as soon as you spray with luminol, bang, it comes up. So it detects latent blood. Here's the incredible thing is, scientists have diluted blood all the way out to 1 in a million. And luminol picks it up. Guys, who's impressed? Susan?
Sure.
That's very impressive, actually.
Right? So let me just explain what that means. If I've got 1 drop of blood, I've got to add 999,999 drops to make it 1 in a million. You guys get it?
Absolutely.
It's like getting a drop of blood and putting it into a bathtub, if not more, right? And luminol is so sensitive, it still picks it up, right? So you can dilute the blood at very high levels. Luminol is so good, it picks up what's called trace amounts of blood. There's no hiding from that luminol, despite you scrubbing and cleaning, unless you know what you're doing. Luminol is not specific for human blood. It can react with animal blood, but as Susan pointed out, here's the problem. Luminol creates false positives, and guess what it cross-reacts with? Bleach. It cross-reacts with bleach. But here's the important point. If it picks up bleach, it fluoresces really fast, quick and strong. Remember that. So if it picks up bleach, it's an instant chemical reaction. Slower with blood, faster with bleach. But guess what? plants have got an enzyme called plant peroxidase that cross-reacts with luminol.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
And this is going to blow your mind. Guess what else has got plant peroxidase? Grass.
Wow. That's crazy. I had no idea.
Cut grass. Let me just leave it there for a minute. Cut grass. Just remember what's coming up next, right? So luminol is great, but you got to know what you're doing. You got to know what it cross-reacts with. It's not specific for blood. It can cross-react with bleach, plants, grass, and also metals. So that garage floor that those officers went in was a nightmare to process because it's a garage. It's not a hospital theater. It's a garage. There's junk everywhere. So therefore, you got to know what you're doing in that garage. Correct, guys? Yes or no? Right? And what's amazing is that you could have committed a crime years ago and clean the blood. You spray with luminol, boom. It'll pick up blood that's years old, even in the ground. Right? So if Teresa got murdered on the Avery salvage yard, there's blood. The luminol will pick it up. Right? Even if you wash it and dilute it up to 1,000,000 times, the luminol still picks it up, Jack 61.
Unless you got the right thing, which I'll withhold for now.
Yeah. So, guys, do we have any questions on those two tests? Did that explain it? Did you understand phenolphthalein, luminol?
Absolutely. I did.
Yeah. What about everybody else? And what about people in chat? Do we have anybody left in chat?
Yeah. I think they were just listening, dog, listening to you explain the differences between luminol and phenolphthalein.
This has been very informative for me.
Thank you. Thank you. But now we can put this to the test. We can now test whether Stephen Avery knew what he was doing in the garage to cover up a crime scene. So let's have a look at the next slide, Jack 61. We're almost in the last phase of the presentation, guys. So a lot of people think that Stephen Avery is a forensic guru. A lot of people think he's an idiot, right? But what is he, right? What actually is he? So now he's got a problem. And the problem is, and I'll make it simple. The problem is he's got one drop of Teresa Halbach's blood. One drop. So despite shooting 10 times, despite dismemberment, despite cutting a throat, despite stabbing, despite using this mythical tarp, he's got one drop of blood of Teresa, and he goes, shit, what am I going to do? How am I going to clean it up? Well, one drop of blood is 50 microliters, right? A very small volume, 50 microliters. So he's got one drop of blood that he's got to get rid of to make sure that those scoundrel investigators don't come along with luminol or phenolphthalein and pick it up, because he's screwed. So he knows he's got to dilute that blood 1 in 1,000,000, because he's read scientific papers, he's a guru, he's a cleaner. He knows he's got to dilute that blood 1 in 1,000,000. But wait, he's got 50 microliters. He's got a drop of blood, which means, now wait for it, he's got to add 49,999,950 microliters of diluent. He's got a choice. He can use gas, paint thinner, and bleach. But if he has to dilute it to 1,000,000 or higher, because there's 1,000,000 microliters in a liter, and he's got to get rid of 50 microliters, he's got to add 50 liters of diluent to one drop of blood. 50 liters to 1 drop of blood to dilute it 1 in a million. Guys, what's the obvious problem there?
You have a flood in your damn garage.
Correct, right? Because the dilution factor is 1 in a million, right? Guys have diluted blood even more and still detected it with luminol, right? Now, here's the problem. Gasoline and paint thinner is highly flammable. What did he have burning outside his garage?
Well, he had a little fire. Yeah, had a fire.
He had a fire going. And are you trying to tell me that he's spilling 50 liters of highly flammable material in his garage? And what did Brendan say? We picked up the rags and we threw them in the fire.
Threw them on fire. No way. Sorry.
He would have spontaneously combusted. Same with the garage and bear. The whole thing would have blown up, right? Now, bleach is also highly corrosive. So if he's handling liters of bleach, the guy's in huge trouble. He's gonna be, the amount of toxicity in that garage, the fumes will be overbearing, right? No officer walked in that garage and said, shit, there's a bleach smell in here. Did anybody? No. Which probably meant that the amount of bleach they actually used was minuscule, tiny amount. And the other problem that he's got is that 1 drop of blood has got 5 million red blood cells in it, right? Now imagine if a dismemberment really took place in that garage and a shooting. Would you reasonably think there's more than 1 drop of blood in there?
Oh, absolutely. There'd be a lot of blood in there.
Would you guys agree? Even if you use the bulletproof tarp, Susan, you have to agree, there's got to be more than just 1 drop of blood.
Oh, of course, stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So the insanity is that Stephen would have to bring in a freaking truckload of diluent to get rid of the blood. Now, you might be thinking, oh, yeah, but he could have used a hose or whatever like that. But remember what Fassbender said. What do you need to destroy the blood? Bleach.
Bleach.
Bleach. Remember that, right? Now, so in other words, in my opinion, this cleanup never happened. A murder in that garage never happened. Teresa's RAV4 in that garage with all that bleach, paint thinner, and gasoline on the floor, destroying the tires and affecting the rubber, didn't happen.
Never.
But now it gets worse. Look who comes in next. So Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide? John Ertl comes in. They finally call the guy. And I'll read it. He luminol sprayed the floor 2 days later. They asked him, oh, can you go in the garage and luminol the floor? But what's the problem, guys? What's the immediate problem?
It didn't glow. I mean,
they'd already been in there.
They've already been in there.
That too.
The 4 officers have already been in there processing the garage.
Trampling shit everywhere.
Trampling all over the garage. Guys, this is a garage that's full of motor oil on the ground. What reacts with luminol? Metal.
Metal and motor oil.
Metal. Yep. These guys are walking all over the place, spreading stuff everywhere. All right. So Ertl walks in there. Does spray. Jack 61. Let's have a look at the next slide. Lo and behold, what do you notice? He got a glow of luminol right behind the lawn mower and next to the lawn mower. This on November the 8th, right? It's very important that you note where it is. So Tom Fallon asked Ertl, well, describe for me what you saw, right? So can we have a look at the next slide? So that's an area behind the lawnmower that glowed with luminol. Notice what Ertl says. So I can read Fallon. Who would like to read John Ertl, the answer?
If nobody wants to, I'll do it.
I can do it.
Neverly?
Thank you, Neverly.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Well, Jack 61, you read Fallon the question.
Okay. All right. Fallon, can you describe the smear in greater detail?
Roughly 3 to 4 foot diameter area, faintly glowing under the luminol. No specific spots or stains. Couldn't see anything with the lights on. Just swabbed several places where the luminol had been reacting. Tested with phenolphthalein and did not get a reaction with the phenolphthalein.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Jackson, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
He's like, I'm not getting any kind of signal here that there's blood.
Oh, so he sprays with luminol and he gets, notice, faintly glowing under luminol.
Yep.
He goes, okay, let me just test a couple of areas with phenolphthalein, and it was all negative, correct? So that's an indication that is there blood or no blood?
No blood.
There's no blood. There's no evidence of blood. But he got a faint glow with luminol. And you know that luminol cross-reacts with metal, bleach, all sorts of stuff. So
and
the
grass. And there's a damn lawnmower in there.
There's a lawnmower there. And it hit me like a 10-ton brick thinking, holy shit, that's a lawnmower. And of course, you know what a lawnmower is used for. It's used to cut grass. And if any of the grass material fell down and is crushed by the wheel, guess what you're going to release? The peroxidases. And what is it going to do to the luminol? It's going to
react.
Glow. It's going to react.
Well, and, somebody out mowing, and trust me, there's somebody that mowed a lot of grass. You get off that mower to move this, you do this. You're walking through cut grass. It's on your freaking shoes. Absolutely.
Yep. And the officers are walking in the garage, trampling everywhere. Neverly, did you have a comment?
No.
Okay. So if we look at the next slide, we can summarize it. Because believe me, Kratz and Fallon made a big freaking deal about that spot right there. And Erdl says, hey, I got a faint glow under luminol, and it was more like a smear. There was nothing really definitive there. Now, remember, these guys, the 4 guys 2 days prior, are walking all over that place with their feet, trampling, spreading material everywhere. So that
you can even see over here to the right of this chalk line. They're walking all over the damn place.
All over the place. And remember,
you can see the grass on the tires of the lawnmower.
Yes. And if you scroll up a little bit, you can see the dry grass near the bar.
And it had been raining, and they were traipsing it from outside on their shoes.
Yep, correct. Plant peroxidases react with luminol, right? So you know that there's something not right here. Okay.
Well, so you would think Erdl would know that.
He does know that. He does know that, right? And that's why I want to talk to Erdl. He knows that, right? But what he said coming up, I've lost all respect for him, right? Because they put a shenanigan that you are not going to believe. Because remember, the investigators are going, we know because we spoke with Brendan. And Brendan said they shot Teresa Halbach 10 times in that garage. And Brendan said that when they cleaned up that area, it was behind the ride-on lawnmower. Oh, my God, Erdl got a faint glow. Wow, we got him. We proved it. Teresa's blood's got to be there. But the problem is, when Erdl tested for phenolphthalein, did he get a positive reaction? No. He got no reaction at all. He can't prove that there's blood there, right? And visually, when the investigators went there, they never saw any blood, right? But it gets better. have a look at the lawnmower, the next picture. You see where it is? You can actually see on the yellow part, grass, dried grass, right? There's grass seeds, there's grass bits and pieces all over the place. It's bringing in potentially cut grass and all sorts of stuff directly into the garage.
That's
But
the
if
mowing. That's the mowing deck.
the mowing
And-
deck, yes,
Yep.
yep.
And
That's where the,
that's where the blades are.
Yep.
And this is probably
Yep.
a 2 or 3 blade deck. Absolutely.
yep. And if you zoom out a bit, you'll notice something very important. What's behind the lawnmower? See all the stuff behind the lawnmower? Behind the wall, the western wall? It's chock-a-block full. And this is what Kratz didn't want you to know about. But Ertl gave it away, right? So put yourself in their shoes, right? The state is saying that Stephen and Brendan shot Teresa Horbach and had her RAV4 in that garage, right? And they're saying, okay, we collected blood in that garage. But unfortunately, all the blood came back belonging to who?
Stephen.
Stephen. Not
There's so
one.
much. There's so much shit in here. Look what's piled on top. I never noticed this before. There's a freaking oak barrel in there.
Yeah, yep, correct. But remember, these are all surfaces that potentially blood droplets going through the air, like Neverly said, mist can potentially adhere to those surfaces. Agree? Agree? If
Absolutely.
you shoot someone and potentially you get spray of blood, it's going to go everywhere.
I've never seen anyone that's been shot in the head that blood didn't pour everywhere.
It went everywhere. It goes everywhere, right? Now, if you look at the next picture, when Ertl was spraying on the ground, he found other spots. But that's exactly where they put the box for the evidence collection things, right? Right there. So you've got an issue whereby you're going, what the hell's causing that luminol to faintly glow? And then see where the red arrow is, right? He got a reaction. That's a drop of blood. And they told him, the investigator said to him, oh, don't worry about it. We collected it already. So Ertl must be thinking, what the fuck am I doing here? Why am I in this garage for? You guys have already processed that. Why am I doing it? Right? So you could sense the frustration in Ertl thinking, why am I wasting my time? So he sprayed most of the garage floor, but he also sprayed other places with luminol. So if we look at the next slide, Jack 61, you can see what the issue is. Remaker, Colburn, Lenk, Kaczarski trampled all over that area, including behind the ride-on lawnmower. And look where the evidence tags are, right behind the ride-on lawnmower. So you're thinking to yourself, wait, these guys are spreading Lord knows what type of stuff. They're walking from outside to inside. They may have even brought in some grass, right? And Ertl is now checking for luminol spray 2 days after them. What type of bullshit is this, guys?
It's too late. They've already destroyed the crime scene. They destroyed it.
The crime scene is destroyed.
Just like at Cass Road.
Right?
Didn't Ertl say that?
Right? And then what did Ertl say about the burn pit? I didn't take any pictures. Why not? Because it's obviously been disturbed.
Been altered. I'm not taking any photos of that. You've altered it.
Susan.
Well, they didn't destroy a crime scene because it's not a crime scene, but
no.
I stated that incorrectly. They destroyed this area, potential crime scene.
They compromised it. They compromised it, right? If the FBI were processing this, the moment they walked in and saw blood and spent shell casings, it would have been, boys, everybody out. Everybody out. And they would have donned suits and they would have gone through it with a fine-tooth comb, the whole lot. and they would have removed everything. Agree? Everything. Everything would have been emptied. They would have scoured the entire place from top to bottom. Spent shell casings were the bullets. And you know what? The arrogance of Kucharski and Remeka, when they asked him, remember, guys? Remember Jack 61? You found shell casings. Weren't you expecting bullets? We found shell casings. That's it. That was their answer. We found shell casings. And what about bullets?
5 months later.
We didn't see any. You're thinking to yourself, what the hell? Right? So you have a compromised crime scene. So Fallon, this is where the shenanigans come in. Fallon asked Ertl about luminol, how luminol works, right? Sunshine Christina, do you see the slide?
She may have stepped away.
Oh, okay.
I'm back.
Oh,
I
there
see
she
it.
is. Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Would you like to read it out? This is what Ertl said about luminol.
So luminol is more sensitive, but it's less specific than phenolphthalein. So if it glows with luminol, then we would want to go back and retest that area with phenolphthalein. It's more specific. To be useful for later analysis, we would want it to be phenolphthalein positive. Say that 10 times fast.
Yeah, I know. It's a tongue twister, right? Hello. So you spray an area with luminol. You go, okay, I've got a bit of a chemiluminescence. Let me go back, scoop up some, test with phenolphthalein, right? Phenolphthalein is a presumptive test for hemoglobin. Is it positive? Is it negative? Shit. I got a faint glow, but it was phenolphthalein negative, which means, guys, party
No
over.
blood. That's
Party
right,
over.
no blood. That's right.
No blood. Party over. You haven't proven anything. There's no blood there.
You know what it proves to me? That they were desperate. They were desperate to actually put Ertl on the stand and to say all of this because it doesn't go in their advantage, to their advantage. It doesn't. But it's an appearance of like, oh yeah, there was a reaction of luminol, you know?
Yeah, but you wait till you see what Kratz said. Jack 61, do you have a comment? All right.
Well, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait.
Okay. So Buting is no dummy. He smelt a rat. Something was not right here. So he asked Ertl, and don't worry, there's plenty of stuff on luminol. Ertl was grilled about the luminol because something was not adding up here, right? Because remember, when this trial came on, we had all the confessions of Brendan. They knew all about the shooting, the blood, everything. So Buting's going, okay, tell me about the luminol. So who would like to read Buting? The question.
I can do Buting. I do.
And who would like to do the answers, which is Ertl?
I can do it.
You can do it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go for it.
All right, Buting. Luminol is the substance that reacts to a number of different things besides just blood, right?
That's correct.
Other kinds of chemicals, you mentioned cleaning agents, bleach, reacts real high to that, very strong.
Yes.
Which means very bright.
Bright and fast, yes.
Okay. What about other kinds of things? Transmission fluid, perhaps, oils, things of that nature.
I know it reacts with some metals, copper and lead in particular. Transmission fluid might have some metals ground into it, so it's possible.
Okay. They're in a freaking garage. Right, J61. They're in a garage.
Yeah.
So that's a luminol nightmare. That garage is a luminol nightmare. You need to prove definitively that when it reacts and glows, you've got blood, correct?
That's right. So that's when you get out the phenolphthalein.
Yep, you get out the phenolphthalein, you test it. Is it positive? Is it negative? But notice what he said. I tell you what, Buting was on the ball. Buting goes, when it reacts with bleach, it's a high, it reacts really highly and very strong. Yes, right? So bleach gives a very strong reaction. All right. So if we look at the next picture, so what somebody did an experiment where they added luminol into a beaker of bleach, and look at the reaction. It's like a flame. It instantly turns blue.
That's crazy.
It instantly chemiluminescence. So if I take a solution of luminol and I inject it into bleach, the reaction is instant. Buting smelt a rat. He smelt a rat because remember what Erdl said? It was a faint glow. A faint glow, which means you don't know what the hell it reacted with. You don't know when they sprayed with luminol, it only gave a faint glow. It didn't give an intense glow like bleach does. Correct?
Right.
Right? So now Erdl, Buting asked Erdl again about the area behind the tractor. Right? Would you guys like to reprise your roles? Would you like to continue reading?
Sure. All right, Buting. And this is a garage. Let's go to the garage floor for a minute, where you said you had a faint reaction in this little area, 3x4 area.
Right.
Faint.
Not a real, faint reaction. Not a real bright, quick reaction like you get with bleach, for instance.
Right.
And the area, then, you sampled and tested with phenolphthalein after that, right?
That's correct.
You turn the lights, and then you use these very sensitive phenolphthalein tests to see if there's any possible blood.
Correct.
And that would be human or animal, right?
That's correct.
And that particular area, you didn't find any kind of blood reaction at all.
That's correct.
But there were some other samples of blood that had been recovered earlier, as far as you could tell.
That's what I was told.
All right. So he now admits that the reaction he got was faint. Furthermore, he tested the area with phenolphthalein and it was negative. In other words, he had nothing. Erdl had nothing. He couldn't prove it was bleach because it never reacted strongly, and it never reacted with phenolphthalein, which means that he couldn't prove that it was blood behind the lawnmower. Susan.
I was going to say it didn't detect any bleach, obviously.
No, exactly right. He had no idea what it reacted with. Now, if we look at the next slide, you can see from this picture here, the front of the garage looks fairly clean, right? So some type of cleaning took place. We don't know what they used in terms of volume or amounts. But according to Brendan, on February the 27th, he said to Fassbender and Lewis, hey, me and my uncle, we used gasoline, paint thinner, and bleach to clean the garage floor. We don't know when they cleaned the garage floor. Erdl, if you have a look behind the tractor, right up the top, right, this is November the 6th. This is before Erdl gets in there, right? He only got a very weak glow to the luminol, and it was phenolphthalein negative. Well, guess what? Gasoline doesn't react with luminol. Paint thinner doesn't react with luminol, but bleach does. However, if bleach was used, you think about it. If Teresa was killed there, that's the highest concentration of blood right there. Guys, would you agree? She's been shot 10 times.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yep.
That's your highest concentration of blood. That thing is huge amount of blood, right? You're going to use a lot of bleach if Stephen is a forensic guru. Errol only got a faint glow. This can't be good. And remember, luminol can detect blood, whatever, for years. This is a concrete surface. It's porous, which means it's going to suck everything in. So the amount of luminol potential luminescence in that spot will be off the freaking charts, right? So luminol will detect bleach, but it also detect blood that's been diluted, even up to 1 in a million. But with bleach, it's a very fast, quick reaction. Earl never got that, right? So there's a problem, right? So if we look at the next slide. Now, FremGen in Brendan's trial questioned Earl about what he did in the garage, right? Susan, would you like to read FremGen, which is the question?
Sure, Doc.
And Sunshine, would you like to read the answer, which is Earl?
Sure.
Yep, let's go for it.
Okay, you testified in regards to luminol. Now, that can react with human or animal blood, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So, for instance, hypothetically, if someone were skinning a deer in the garage and cleaned up afterwards, it might react to luminol?
That's true.
You commented that oftentimes it's a way to detect diluted blood, or is that correct?
Yes, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Oh, there it is.
By that you mean if someone, for instance, had washed, for instance, the garage floor, possibly fine blood, that wouldn't be readily noticeable to the naked eye?
That is correct.
And that could be with anything, not just a garage floor. You could do that with the table, for instance.
Yes.
Clothing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do the luminol spray on the entire garage floor?
No. Some of the garage floor wasn't accessible due to the presence of a lot of stuff.
Okay.
That's
anything that was
thing I've heard so far.
Yeah. Anything that was exposed, though, you were able to spray the luminol on?
Yes. And we did go underneath the vehicle there because we could spray under it and see what was there going on in there. We did not go under the snowmobile or the tractor.
Ooh. Why not? You did indicate that it would also react to lead?
Yes.
Potentially?
Potentially.
So, hypothetically, a lead bullet might react to luminol spray with that glow?
Yeah, it's possible.
In the picture, behind the lawnmower is where you indicated was that 3 by 4 foot area that seemed to be entirely in the glow?
Yes.
Of luminol?
Yes.
To the right of that seems to be a lot of items, boxes, etc.
Yes.
Did you spray luminol there as well, since it was abutted that area you found?
Maybe a foot and a half above the floor, but we didn't. We didn't. You couldn't access that area to move into it. It was packed full. We didn't attempt to clear it or to look behind it or to examine those items.
But the boxes themselves show that the items that were stacked up there, you were able you were able to spray?
To some extent.
Were you able, did you receive any positive results from any of those items that you might have sprayed?
I don't believe so.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Boom.
Yeah.
Boom. He got him. He got him. So basically what he's saying is, you see all those, that stack of wall, the wall on the western side? You sprayed on some of those items, didn't you? Yeah, a couple of feet. Did you get any positive reaction? And the answer is?
No.
No. No. So wait. Let's have a look at the next picture to show you the farce that this is.
I got one more thing to add, and I just want to make sure my dates are right. Because the item FL and item FK weren't found until March 1st.
First or second? Correct.
So if they're spraying with luminol back in, did they spray with luminol back in November?
Yes, November the 8th by
and
Earl.
luminol react with lead.
Yes.
Why didn't they? Strongly with lead? Why didn't they see item FK?
They should have.
No idea. No idea.
Just wanted to
I'm not sure exactly where that was. I don't know if it was in an area where they sprayed.
Towards the front.
Probably. Yeah,
it was in a crack.
Yeah. And they remember they removed the skidoo. Actually, moved it
maybe
out.
they didn't. Yeah. Maybe they didn't spray that area. I don't know. I'm just saying that. Anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
My question is, didn't they say that they removed everything from the garage? Look at that crap.
In March.
Oh.
Not in November.
Not in November.
Not in November. So this is the fundamental problem. When you process a potential crime scene, you do it once and you do it correct. Right? That's exactly what happened to the burn pit. They had to go back twice. Right?
Well, it's like going into the trailer. They went in 6-7 times.
Correct.
You just keep going and you find whatever you want.
Correct. So it becomes a farce. Now, here's the issue. See the western wall? See where the ride-on lawnmower is? According to Brendan, that's where they shot Teresa Horbach. That spot. 10 times. Twice in the skull. Blood sprays. Earl sprayed several feet of all that stuff on the western wall. Negative. Now, think about this. Remember what I said about luminol? It can detect blood up to 1 in a million dilution. Do you think it's going to react to blood that's neat, undiluted?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's going to light up like a Christmas tree.
Absolutely.
Because the amount of heme that you've got there in that blood is huge. The luminol will just light up like a rocket. They got nothing. Nothing. Right? This is a fake crime scene. Teresa was not in there. Teresa was not shot in there. Nothing happened in that garage. Her RAV4 was not in there. I can explain every piece of forensic evidence in that garage. And I can do MFL. Easy. Easy. The whole thing was manufactured. But don't worry. It gets worse. Because now Buting asked Kucharski. Goes, all right, you're in there. What did you guys see? Right? What evidence of a shooting scenario did you see? Right? Because remember, the advantage is that Buting and Strang already knew about Brendan. So they knew what questions to ask Kucharski. Right? So who would like to do a Buting, which is the question? Jack 61, would you like to do a Buting?
Sure.
And Sunshine, or whoever, who would like to do a Kucharski?
I can do it.
Okay. Let's go for it.
All right, Buting. And then right next to that open area is all this clutter, many items, right?
To the west of it, yes.
many items that would be difficult to clean off any blood spots if there was any blood spatter. Isn't that right?
Objection. Calls for speculation. And he said he wasn't an expert in that field.
Court sustained.
Beauty. Did you see any little spots of blood all over things?
Just on the floor.
Just on the floor. And those look like drops. Right. I mean, not like, well, strike that. You're not a blood spatter. I want to ask you, of course, if you had seen anything that looked like blood spots on any of these items surrounding that confined open area, you certainly would have made note of that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And you did not make any note of it.
Correct.
Boom. But look, no shit. I've been reading the case for years. I missed all of this. I missed it. I missed the connections. Right?
And it's
so
key,
now,
and it's crucial.
It's crucial. So now you've got questioning of Erdl saying, you luminol sprayed that area, didn't you? Yeah. Couple of feet. Did you get any glow? No. And now look what Kacharski said. Now you look for blood in that area, didn't you? Yeah. Did you see any blood? No. Which means it's exactly what you'd expect if there was no shooting there. Right? None. There's no projection of blood anywhere. None.
It's exactly the reason Kratz came up with the stupid tarp comment.
Yes.
Because he knows damn well there was no blood in there.
No.
Well, and if she was brought out there naked, she'd been stabbed, throat cut, there's going to be blood from that anyway.
Please. And dripping all the way there.
And dripping all the way there. Yep.
Right? You luminol spray the outside, boom, it'll light up like a Christmas tree. Doesn't matter if it rains, it'll still pick it up. Remember what I said? 1 in a million dilution. Right? And people have tried cleaning up crime scenes and they failed because the luminol picks it up. Right? So they then got all the cans. Right? Remember what Brendan said? We use paint thinner, gas, bleach. Have a look, Jack 61. Look at the next slide. Right? The investigators got them all. They thought, wait, if they're handling these things and they're cleaning the garage, there could potentially be some splashback. Right? They're pouring all this stuff. There's going to be some splashback on these containers. They found stains. However, every one of those cans were presumptive negative. There's no blood on any of the cans. So it's starting to get embarrassing. The only blood that they find in the garage belongs to Stephen. They find no blood on the jeans of Brendan Dassey, who's meant to be cleaning up a bloody crime scene. They find no blood on any of those containers. They're meant to have been used to clean up a crime scene. They find no blood spatter on any of the items on the western wall. Teresa's been shot twice in the skull. Nothing. These guys have got nothing. They made the whole fucking thing up.
All invented.
They invented the whole lot. Right? So, now.
Because of the bleach on Brendan's jeans.
Right? Now, let's have a look at this, which is a perfect segue. They found the bleach bottle. Right? They found the bleach bottle. This is Stephen Avery's bleach bottle that he had in his laundry bathroom area. They tested it. Negative. But look at the type of bleach that he had. Right? It's
destroy DNA.
It's Mills Fleet Farm bleach. I checked it out. I wanted to check this bleach out. We look at the next slide, Jack 61. This bleach is chlorine-based bleach, right? It's chlorine-based bleach. And what this will do, yep, it'll definitely dilute out your blood. But one thing it doesn't do is it won't totally destroy the heme. It's not the type of bleach that will do it, right? And so hence, even if you dilute the blood, with this bleach, the bleach that Stephen had, it'll still be picked up by phenolphthalein, right? You spray luminol on there, it'll light up like a Christmas tree because you go, oh my God, the guys used bleach.
Because it reacts with luminol.
It reacts with luminol. Oh, but there's some spots. Let me get some phenolphthalein. Oh my God, it's phenolphthalein positive. It's blood. These guys tried to clean up blood. But look what Erdl got. Instead of getting a strong glow to the bleach, he got a weak glow with a luminol spray. He then tested it with phenolphthalein and got no detection of blood. He got no detection of blood. Now, have a look what Fallon does next. Fallon is shitting his pants. He's going, oh, fuck. We can't actually prove that Teresa's blood's there. So look what he asked Erdl. Who would like to read Fallon? Sunshine, would you like to read Fallon?
I think she stepped away.
Oh, okay.
I can do it.
Susan, okay, you read Fallon. And Susan, would you like to read Erdl, which is the answer?
Sure.
Okay.
Fallon. So in effect, then, it is possible to clean up a crime scene?
Most certainly. Most crime scenes do get cleaned up, and people continue to live in them, the houses or whatever.
It would be, is it possible, based on your training and experience, for instance, to have a pool of blood and say on a garage floor, have it cleaned up to such an extent that you would not get a reaction to a phenolphthalein test?
Well, knowing what I know, I could possibly do it. Bleach would be a good thing. Some sort of peroxide would be a good way to get rid of the red color. The bleach would destroy the blood and the DNA.
But is it possible?
It's possible, yes.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Wow.
So the jury and the judge are listening to this going, my God, they did clean up the blood. That's why it's phenolphthalein negative.
Well,
right?
What a bastard to say, knowing what I know, and he's the expert, right?
Well,
I
he would
probably
know
do it. Yeah.
Well, he just mentioned that, and then he mentions peroxide, which would destroy the DNA, right, Doc?
Both bleaches destroy the DNA. No
the
question.
Peroxide gets the red.
But it's the destruction of the hemoglobin that's the key.
The heme, yeah.
Heme. So he said peroxide. Now, wait a minute. If you heard this word, you're the judge and you're the jury. You heard the word peroxide, right? Bleach. Are you going to know then and there that there are different types of bleaches?
No, probably not. No.
Would you know, as a jurist, would you know, shit, he said peroxide. What the hell what's he talking about? It's bleach, right? It's got to be bleach. Correct? Would you know about peroxide?
Honestly, in decades of washing clothes and so forth, I didn't know that there was a peroxide bleach. I didn't.
No.
Until
like
I
what he said. Knowing what I know, I could probably do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Which means,
I mean, there are companies that actually do this, so it's possible theoretically, and I guess practically, if you hire a professional.
You have to hire professionals.
Yeah,
professionals, right? So Fallon knew he had to roll the dice. He goes, "Oh my God, this is not looking good. These guys have done all these tests. They got nothing. Hell, he went with the luminol spray, got a faint glow, phenolphthalein negative. Oh shit! How can we achieve this? How did Stephen achieve this? Aha! He used the peroxide bleach. Right? Do you get it? What Fallon said. You notice what Erdl said. Oh, peroxide. But if we look at the next slide, Jack 61, the peroxide bleaches are completely different. They contain high levels of hydrogen peroxide. When these bleaches react, they release oxygen. And these oxygen molecules are extremely destructive to heme. They destroy the heme, and hence you get a phenolphthalein negative result. You get it, guys?
Yes.
Right? And it's funny because Stephen Avery did not use peroxide-based bleach. He used chlorine-based bleach, which won't destroy the heme. Hence, it will still be phenolphthalein positive. So they pulled a swift one in the trial by saying, oh, yeah, peroxide. I could do it using peroxide bleach.
Yeah.
Guys, are you disgusted? And in the chat, are you shocked what Fallon pulled?
Totally.
Absolutely.
Bullshit.
Absolute 100% book, but that's not the end of it. What Kratz says later on, it will just blow your mind. So these guys are trying to explain, how did Stephen get rid of all the blood and somehow was able to beat the phenolphthalein test? He used peroxide bleach. But guys, if you look at the next slide, this...
I'm shocked that... No, you're fine. I'm shocked that Beating and Strain didn't pick up on that. That's so bad they didn't.
Guys, this is peroxide-based bleach. This is perfect for removing blood. A couple of months ago, I found this article on the internet, and it said how to get away with murder and clean up a bloody crime scene. I can't find the article anymore. I think it's been taken down.
It's probably been yanked, blacklisted.
Why? Because you can go to the supermarket and buy that bleach. That's the bleach that crime scene people use to clean up a crime scene. Oxy bleach.
Yeah, so, this is very popular.
Yes. So this is a peroxide-based bleach. Stephen didn't use that. This is perfect for cleaning up blood. In fact, you can use this and it'll be phenolphthalein negative because you've destroyed the heme. So the phenolphthalein won't work. But when you spray with luminol, you pick up the bleach. It strongly reacts. So hence, you can get a phenolphthalein negative and a luminol positive result, which is what Fallon was trying to say occurred. There's one problem. Stephen never had that bleach. But Fallon gave the impression that that's what occurred in the garage. Susan.
Yes. Even the 2 bottles that were in his laundry room were the other kind of bleach.
Oh,
yeah,
correct.
I was just going to say, this OxyClean peroxide bleach, I've never heard of peroxide bleach in my life. This is the first time that I'm hearing about it. But I don't know if OxyClean, the brand, or some like peroxide bleach was available 20 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Bleach that you could use on colors, you know.
This is more...
Oh, I didn't know that.
Peroxide.
Peroxide. Hey, you learn something every day. Although, as a nurse, I can give you a tip. If you get like after surgery or if you have a cut or whatever and you get blood on the skin, you know how blood is very hard to get rid of. You can use peroxide, you know, the ones that you buy for like $1 at a pharmacy, you know, just pure peroxide in a brown bottle versus alcohol. It's a common misconception to clean bloody stains from your skin with alcohol. Alcohol actually makes that blood not permanently, but lasts a lot longer. It stains the skin. But if you use the peroxide, it actually removes the redness, the blood from the skin. So that's just a tip.
Correct. Because the blood is acting like an enzyme.
Yeah.
It's got peroxidase activity.
What he said, I have no clue.
Which blew my mind. So when you add hydrogen peroxide on top, the blood cleans itself. right? So Fallon pulled a swift one, saying, oh, so you can clean the crime scene. Problem is, Stephen never used that bleach. He had the wrong bleach. Now, just to prove how disingenuous Kratz is, have a look at the next slide. Guys, we're nearly finished. I'm sorry that it's gone so long.
No, this is awesome.
But this proves to me that the investigators prior to Brendan had no idea. Jack 61, can you read what Kratz wrote in his book?
Absolutely. All right. Immediately after Brendan Dassey confessed to Wiegert and Fassbender on March 1st, 2006, my favorite two officers briefed me. Search warrant in hand, we headed to Mishcot, taking our now familiar route to the Avery Savage property. Never had we considered the garage as the primary murder scene. Now, potentially, it was, and it might even make the case for us with more physical evidence, whether Dassey testified against Uncle Steve or not. Oh, my God.
That there is all the proof you need.
Oh, my God. He cannot help himself. He just comes out like the biggest asshole ever.
Yes.
No matter what he says.
But he just admitted. He just admitted that when his CSI team went in there the first time in November, they had no idea that it was a crime scene, correct?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
They had no idea. They found no blood. They found none of Teresa's blood in there. The only blood they found was Stephen, right? And they found the spent shell casings. It's like they had all been swept to one side, right? But he just admitted, because we had no idea that it was a crime scene. Enter Brendan with a bleach on his jeans, and now all of a sudden it becomes a crime scene, and then suddenly, boom, IMFL pops out of nowhere, right? So if we look at the next slide, we're nearly done, guys, is a word. I didn't really know the importance of it. Inference. This is part, the word that was used by Kratz as part of his end statement. It made my blood boil that I missed it. So does someone want to read what inference actually means?
Sure.
Yep.
Dictionary from Oxford Languages. Inference. A conclusion reached on the basis of evidence and reasoning.
On the basis of evidence and reasoning. Susan, are you prepared to read what Kratz said in court?
Yes, Doc.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the next couple of slides. Pay close attention to what Kratz says, especially about the luminol. Let's go for it, guys.
Where was Teresa killed? This is an easy answer, or at least it is an answer that is directed by all of the physical evidence in this case. Teresa Halbach, as we know, came to the trailer of Stephen Avery. We know that they completed their transaction. How do we know that? Because the book and the bill of sale was given to Mr. Avery. That's something that, as you heard, happens at the end of the transaction. That's sitting on Mr. Avery's computer desk. We know, sometime later, that is, we know sometime in the future, a bullet is found in this garage. In this exact area where Teresa Halbach's DNA on it. All right. The inference, and this is an inference that I'm asking you to draw, is that Teresa Halbach was killed in the garage. She was killed in Stephen Avery's garage. Now, We've heard testimony about luminol finding blood. That is a reagent. A chemical that is used by the crime lab is spread out. There's two things that are most reactive with luminol. One is human blood, and the other is bleach. Bleach, coincidentally, is the one thing that eats up or destroys DNA.
Wow.
Now,
Jesus, liar! You fucking liar!
No. That's not the bad part. That's not the bad part.
Oh my gosh.
He's building up a crescendo, right?
Okay,
So he's
he
teeing
is,
it
but
up.
look what he says. He says that sometimes later, that is, we know sometimes in the future, a bullet is found in this exact area.
Brendan. He can't mention Brendan Dassey.
No.
Yeah.
This is even strong.
But okay, if we're going to go this way, just like, Fallon asked Errol, is it possible for a crime scene to be cleaned up? And he says, well, I'm an expert and I could do it. Look what he's doing now. He says, since there is a bullet of Teresa's DNA on it, and we found it in the garage, that must mean, and we want you to conclude that she was killed in the garage. Which he doesn't have to fucking mean that at all. No.
We remember this is before Chris Palahniuk debunked Item FL. Kratz is building up a story, a narrative, right, Jack 61? Right, guys? He's building up a narrative. He's whipping the judge and the jury in a frenzy. Holy shit! They've got bullet fragments. They've got cranial bone fragments. They've got a gun. They've got a bullet. It's got her DNA on it. But that is not when the hammer falls.
Well,
look what
speaking of this, I thought of it immediately because I've completely raised hell about it before. Brendan's name was not allowed to be used at trial, but they used both of those bullets that came from
Brandon's
coercion. That's right.
And going under the hood.
That's right.
Yep.
It's such bullshit. Anyway, I'll get to the next slide.
Yep. But the next slide is the hammer fall. And note what mistake he makes. Susan, you want to continue?
What did you say? The next slide is
what? Higher.
The next slide is where the hammer falls on Stephen and Brendan. And catch the lie. Catch the absolute lie.
We have heard about just to the left and just to the back of this tractor, about a 3 to 4 foot area, large area that lit up and glowed very brightly.
Right there.
Oh,
right there.
Mr. Ertl testified about that. No, he didn't.
Nope.
Not in that way.
Nope.
He was the person who processed that area. I'm asking you to infer that Mr. Avery cleaned up this area with bleach. Now, you knew that inference or that suggestion from the state, I think, was coming. We have put in the bleach. We have talked about the luminol. We have gotten expert testimony from Mr. Ertl that the two things that light up, it wasn't blood, but it was, in fact, bleach. God.
What a fucking liar.
Slippery,
blatant lies.
What a fucking liar, man. Oh, my God. Earl didn't testify to that. I don't know how that wasn't stopped.
Nope. Let me
large area that lit up or glowed very brightly. What a fucking
Of course,
liar.
this is his closing, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So, closing isn't evidence.
Correct.
But
no.
That should have been objected to, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, that is just flat out lies.
Lie. Yeah.
Let me explain the significance of what he just said. It's devastating. for Brendan and for Stephen. So what he's saying is this, that Earl had discovered a spot behind the lawnmower that glowed very brightly, indicating that he had found that he had found bleach.
Blood.
Bleach,
Oh,
not blood. Bleach.
Sorry, bleach, yeah.
Bleach. Cue in Brendan, where Brendan goes, hey, we use gasoline, paint thinner, bleach to clean the garage floor. Where'd you clean, Brendan? Oh, we cleaned this area behind the ride-on lawnmower and behind the Jeep. So when Earl tested it for phenolphthalein, it was negative. So Kratz has conceded we found no evidence of Teresa's blood. He's conceded that. But we found evidence of bleach. Hence, I want you to infer that Stephen used bleach to clean up Teresa's blood, who was shot in the garage. Thank you very much. Thank you, linesman. Thank you, Balls Boy. We've got the bullet with Teresa's DNA on it. Thank you very much. They're both guilty. That's what he did. He lied. He lied in court.
He's such a liar.
And
well, no, it's not evidence, but it's the lawyer's chance. People will say openings and closings are nothing. That isn't. Then why are they allowed?
Yep.
Exactly.
I'm wondering if any of the jury caught it because they heard it straight from Earl's mouth.
Yeah, I don't know whether they took
and it glowed faintly and
yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it was such a long trial and twisty.
Yep.
And dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're thinking
he's counting on that.
They're thinking, luminol, phenolphthalein, what the hell is all this sort of stuff? But he never explained the fact that luminol can react to many different things, including cut grass, right? And the investigators trampled all over that place. You can't prove that what luminol lit up was in actual fact bleach. You got no proof, zero. And you got no proof there was blood. But Kratz spun it perfectly by saying, I want you to have an inference.
Yep.
So there's no direct evidence. Zero. And idomethil can be debunked as junk. So now you know why you got to pay real close attention to what they say during a trial, because Kratz pulled a swift one. Same with Fallon. Susan.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's disgusting.
Now, yep. And just to go to show you how much of a farce this is, right? Let's have a look at what Kratz wrote in his book, right? Well, remember, there are two trials, Stephen's trial and Brendan's trial, right? Sunshine Christina, do you see the slide?
I think she might have stepped away, Doc.
Okay. Jack 61, can you read that slide out? Would you like to read it out?
Absolutely.
I can read it too, Jackie, if you don't want to.
Well, go ahead, Neverly. You read it. You're a better reader than I am.
It's not about better. It's like you read a bunch, so just helping hand.
Yeah, let's go for it. Neverly.
Okay. 11.22 caliber shells castings matching Avery's rifle were recovered on the garage floor. Although Brendan Dassey described his uncle firing approximately 10 shots from his rifle into the body of Teresa Halbach, the state could not present the evidence to the Avery jury because Brendan Dassey was never called as a witness. Critics who seem to feel that it was my obligation to present identical theories of the murder to the Avery and Dassey juries also seem not to understand that if I'd told Avery's jury that Brendan confessed to watching his uncle kill and mutilate the young photographer on Halloween, the result would have been a certain mistrial and a likely ethics complaint for representing evidence that had been ordered excluded from the Avery trial. Exactly how did they think I could tell Avery's jury that?
Right? So he had to tell the Avery jury by inference. You get it?
Yes.
I can't say that, oh, Brendan witnessed Stephen shoot Teresa 10 times, but we want you by inference to say Ertl detected bleach. So hence they cleaned up the blood. And that's why there's no Teresa's blood there, because they successfully cleaned it up. But he couldn't mention the shooting scenario because otherwise it would have been a mistrial.
But isn't this evidence like from a poison tree?
Yes.
Fruit from a poison tree?
Yep. Automethil is. Same with going under the hood.
And same with this whole crap of bleach and blood and whatnot and inference. This is all fruit from the poison tree.
It's a trick.
It is a trick, and I just don't know how. I mean, I'm not sure what being a string thought about, Automethil being introduced into the trial, even though in reality they weren't allowed to question it.
No.
Now I know it's not Brendan up there testifying, but that evidence came from him. So to me, it just completely blurred the line. It completely destroyed the line. Actually,
it
should have never been allowed.
But the thing is that the guys during the trial had no idea that it contained wood. Right?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
They had no idea.
No.
They're thinking, my God, how does Teresa's DNA get on that bullet? And now we know what a piece of junk science it is. Buting tried his best to get it thrown out of court because of all the problems with Culhane. But had he known that it contained wood fragments and red paint, the judge would have looked at it and said, guys, this belongs in the rubbish bin. You can't admit this. This is crap, right? So now Kratz is trying to explain, well, I couldn't introduce the shooting because otherwise it would have been a mistrial. But, guys, to complete the farce, look what happened when they interviewed Brendan on March the 1st. Right? If we have a look at the next slide, Jack61, would you like to read Fassbender? And Sunshine, are you there? She may not be there.
Yeah, I think she had to step away, Doc. I'm not sure what's going on, but
Susan,
yeah, I can read Fassbender.
Yeah, you read Fassbender, and Susan, would you like to read Brendan? This goes to show the complete farce of this trial. Let's go for it.
No, Fassbender. Okay, we've got the gun, Brendan Dassey. Now, is there any reason that your DNA or fingerprints would be on that gun?
Brendan shakes head no. I never touched it.
Can you tell me why? Teresa was dead when she was in the garage. Why would you shoot her, or why would he shoot a dead body?
I don't know. Probably to make sure she's dead or something.
Oh my God. Did he say anything? Why he shot her?
Shake said no. Nope.
You're just saying, you guess, is that to make sure she was dead?
Yes, yeah.
Oh my God.
So guys, we have one victim who died in two different places.
2 different times.
Yep.
2 different ways.
2 different ways.
I had to make sure I shot her 10 times.
Yep. This is the farce of the Avery and Dassey trials.
Absolutely.
1 victim, 2 different locations of death, 2 different ways of being killed. Not 1 drop of her blood is in the trailer, between the trailer and the garage, and in the garage. It is shocking. Absolute shocking. And you saw what Kratz pulled with the luminol? Utter bullshit. Utter. I was stunned when I read it.
It's a blatant liar.
I have a question. When we were reading the closing statement, he said, we put in the bleach. What did he mean by that?
He meant he's asking.
Yeah,
he's asking you to believe that there was bleach there, that Erdl found bleach.
And he used that inferred.
Yep.
He's again, he's
Inference,
blurring the lines.
Yep.
Exactly. He's again blurring the lines.
Yep.
As Doc started out, Brendan's pants with bleach stains.
Yep.
So that we had this inference that he was there, got bleach sloshed on him, God, they killed this poor girl and just mutilated her in that garage.
Yep. Even though Stephen had the wrong bleach. And
That's right.
Remember what I said to you? 1 drop of blood needs 50 liters to dilute it out, so luminol won't pick it up. 50
so
liters.
basically, he's saying that they planted the whole bleach idea.
Yeah, no, the state is saying they're the ones that put in the bleach. The state is doing that.
He admitted to doing it.
Yep, he planted the bleach.
Again, it completely blurs the lines. So that's why they talked about when you use bleach and you think you clean something up because you can't see a stain.
Correct.
But if you throw some luminol on it in a black light, boom, you've got a disaster.
Yep. 100% correct. So the whole thing is fabricated. He fabricated the whole lot.
It's a farce.
So let me summarize with our last slide today, and I apologize, guys, that it went for so long. Let me summarize it for you, and I'll read it. We'll just wait for the last slide to come up. So if we look at all of this,
oh Jesus, look at him.
Just think there are 2 guys sitting in prison for life. And think of the disrespect to Teresa, her family, and her memory based on this guy here and the shit that he pulled in court. Let me read it. Erdl had a weak reaction to luminol, not strong glow, right, to the luminol. Erdl did not determine what the luminol reacted with, had no proof. And Kratz wants you to accept that the luminol reacted to bleach. Why? Because of, remember the narrative, Brendan's genes, which they knew nothing about. Came from Barb to Chuck, from Chuck to Fassbender. They knew none of that. Erdl could not rule out a false positive to the luminol. Right behind the lawnmower, potentially, could be cut grass, which has got peroxidases that can react with luminol. It's a garage. It's got motor oil, transmission fluid. The investigators walked all around the stains, right, as Jack 61 eloquently pointed out, and they could have transferred it right to the back of the lawnmower themselves. They carried it themselves. Because remember, the glow was faint, not a strong, intense glow like you get with bleach. So he couldn't rule out a false positive. Erdl did not detect any blood on the garage floor that didn't belong to Stephen. The investigators even said to Erdl, don't worry, we've picked that up. We've picked it up. So Erdl found no evidence of any blood belonging to Teresa Halbach in that garage. Further, Stephen used the wrong bleach, right? He used chlorine-based bleach, not peroxide-based bleach. And like I said, you go on the internet and they had this article. You want to commit the perfect crime? You want to destroy blood? Use the bleach that they used to make hair go white, right? The peroxide-based bleach, use that. Stephen never had that. No investigator found any blood belonging to Teresa Halbach outside of a RAV4 in the trailer, between the trailer and the garage, around the van, and in the garage. Zero. Every freaking item that got tested came up negative for blood. The only blood that was found in the garage had belonged to Stephen Avery. We don't know when the garage was cleaned by the boys. And we don't know when the Suzuki Samurai was pushed in. The Skidoo. We only know that the Suzuki Samurai was pushed in on October the 31st. Barb directly challenged her brother. What about the bleach? Because that was ages ago when I cleaned the floor, when we were doing your van. So not even Stephen knows the exact date of when they had cleaned the garage floor. So the state, to summarize it, also found no evidence, tire marks, tire impressions, nothing of Teresa's RAV4 being present in Stephen's garage. Brendan Dassey gave 3 different versions of Teresa's RAV4. 1, I never saw it. 2, I saw it, but it was outside. 3, yeah, we backed it in the garage, but its nose was sticking out and the door was open. Hence, when you distill it down, they made the entire crime scene up. The whole thing is fake. And the state got away with it.
Completely manufactured.
No doubt.
Absolutely.
Scene. No one on this panel and no one in chat would be here if they found 1 drop of Teresa's blood in that garage. No one. No. It's
a single drop.
1 drop.
Single drop.
1 drop.
Speaking of which.
Party over.
Speaking of which, there was another Wisconsin case about a person disappearing completely, just vanished. And they found their suspect, which is the ex-husband of the girl that this guy who disappeared was dating, right? So there was also smoke and fire and this and that. And they found 1 drop of the deceased person's, of the missing person's blood in the suspect's van. 1 drop of blood. And there was no reason for that blood to be there.
Correct.
Life without parole.
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
Correct.
Zechariah Anderson is his name if you want to look up the case.
Yep, correct. There was another case, a murder case years ago, which a woman disappeared. 2 guys took her back to this apartment and killed her and dismembered her. Got rid of everything except 1 drop of blood on a wall. Luminol, they detected it, did a DNA prep, and it belonged to the girl.
We're done, cooked.
Done.
Yeah.
Both life in prison, and 1 ratted on the other. Yeah, we did it. And this is how we did it. And yet, with all the investigators that were there, and with all the ultra violence that took place, they found no blood belonging to Teresa. None. And it's shocking because I haven't even gone into the garage in March where they tore up the concrete. Now, that would have lit up luminol. You have to agree, right, Jaxie's one would have lit up like a Christmas tree. The blood would have soaked in.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Oh, my God. That's where the blood is. It's soaked in. And what did they find?
They found shit. Nothing.
Nothing. So, guys, this is a lesson. This goes to show how investigators and a district attorney can make up a crime scene from thin air in a garage and trailer. They can't put Teresa in a trailer, and they tried to put Teresa in the garage, but on a methyl you can destroy in 2 seconds.
I really wish, guys, that we could have an honest conversation with John Ertl about how he felt, how he was treated in this investigation, because he was. And look, I don't have any. This is not a strike against any redhead stepchildren, but he was treated worse than a redheaded stepchild.
I'm not kidding. He was called last everything.
Multiple times. It wasn't just this one time. It was basically every time. Hey, we better get the crime lab over here. When you've already been there for 2 fucking hours.
You think about it. John Ertl, forensic DNA scientist, works in the Wisconsin State Crime Lab. Remeker, Colburn, Lenk, Kurcharsky, who are you going to choose to forensically examine the garage? Well, you choose these guys.
Well, I mean, they're just techs. I mean, they've gotten, some, probably some decent training on how to, do swabs.
Yeah.
But there's more to it than that.
Much. Because as we showed in this podcast, how dangerous it is to use luminol, correct?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because of all the false positives that you can get that completely can destroy your analysis. So Kratz said, we put in the bleach.
Yep.
We put in the bleach.
He even said that, and he even said, I want you to infer.
Yep.
Even if the key was planted.
Yep. Correct. So, guys, that's all I've got for today's podcast.
Don't apologize for being long, because this has been really good.
Sorry that for long, but yeah, we had to go through that chemistry so everybody can understand phenolphthalein, luminol, the pros and cons of using that, and how and that's why butane and strain were for fair forensic testing, because you can see how you can misuse forensic results to your advantage.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's very, very bad. Okay.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Silkman, for putting in such work and going step by step so you can explain this to us, kind of lay people when it comes to this. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Great job.
Hope everyone in the chat and on the panel appreciated that. But yeah, again, it comes from a deep dive, all to do with Brendan. This is all because of Brendan. His genes. Led me down to this road. Unreal. All right, guys. Do we have any questions before I pass out?
we do have a few questions, Doc. Not too many today. Okay, I'll switch back and forth between Neverly and Susan on these. And I apologize if I missed any. I tried to catch them all, but if I missed your question, I apologize. Anyway, this is Corey. Neverly, you want to read this one?
Yes, from Corey Zipper. Question: the only reason Teresa went missing was to enable stopping the depositions. Can we believe Teresa really died? The evidence is inconclusive at best, and I don't believe Brendan's story.
Well,
I believe she died. I mean, there's been no trace of her since. I don't believe that she would agree to
voluntarily
be involved in this, voluntarily disappear. She's gone.
From a molecular and anthropological standpoint, she's dead. 100%. I've no doubt. But I blame
when she walks in.
Yeah, that's
the
right.
Courtroom. Yeah. I believe she's dead.
But I blame the investigators for giving away the bones and for not retesting item BZ to get a full genomic profile. That's unforgivable.
Yeah, I mean, just from me and what I've learned from Dr. Silkman, between what Culhane found and then later the FBI said she couldn't be excluded.
Yep.
Those are two different things. Plus I don't remember what it is that Karen Halbach has something.
Heteroplasmy.
Yes, that she passed. It gets passed on to from the mother's side, and Teresa, they also detected that.
Yep, and she had the same one.
Yeah, yep. So tied in with that, and just what we don't know that much about Teresa, but we know enough. It just seemed like she was a very social person, and I can't just see her walking away from her life, and she would have had to.
No,
I think she's unfortunately. I think she's gone, dead.
In my opinion, but I agree with Corey. I don't believe Brendan's story at all.
No,
it's demonstrably false and embarrassingly so. And I just hope to God that someone in Wisconsin finally wakes up, extracts the digit and goes, shit, there's something not right here. But we could, as a group, we're only a small group. We could only do so much.
Yes.
But we deep dive. We really deep dive. And we got all the documents to back us up. So hopefully someone will listen and say, yeah, something's not right here.
Agree. All right, Susan, got another question from Corey, if you can read this one.
Stephen said the blood planted likely came from his sink. Why did Buting and Strang go with the blood vial given to the prosecution by Manitowoc Police? Length, total setup?
Does someone want to answer that one?
Well, I mean, I guess the brief answer for me is that, the blood vial is, I guess what they tried to prove is that it was accessible by, a couple of cops could get in there and get this blood vial, take what they needed. They had access. Whereas the sink blood, that's a more difficult challenge. It would be for a police officer anyway. So, I think it was just a strategy they chose to follow. I can't say it's right, wrong, or indifferent.
Yeah, I agree. Totally agree, Jack 61. The blood vial is the obvious choice because the blood vial points directly to law enforcement because they're under the control of the blood vial.
They had no way of knowing that the FBI was going to run that test at the last minute also.
No.
And, make it seem like it was a legit test.
Yep.
It really wasn't.
Correct. The blood vial points to law enforcement. Unfortunately, blood from the sink points to a family member.
It does.
I'll leave it at that.
Somebody that lives.
Yep. I'll leave it at that.
Property. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Okay. Neverly, I think we can answer this next one pretty easily.
This is from Juby 612. Where was the deer Bobby got that was roadkill cleaned?
It was in the garage.
Dassey.
The garage. Yep, Dassey garage.
Dassey garage. Also,
and they never luminol treated that either. The garage wasn't luminol treated.
No.
I didn't test for blood.
No. I think they would have found some animal blood at minimum. But I'm not saying that anybody, a human, was killed there at all. I'm just saying. Okay. Okay. And then we got a question. Last question from Trev. Susan, you want to read this one?
Sure. Do you guys think that one day that the truth will finally come out and this whole thing can be finally put to bed for everyone's sake, particularly the Hallbachs, the Averys, the Dasseys, and you guys? I doubt it.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest.
Only hope and pray, but yeah.
We'll talk a little bit more about it when we do our final wrap up here, but I've mentioned this multiple times. Everyone is all of us talk about it, and we're standing on shoulders of other people too that have contributed to getting these documents, these photographs, these videos, these audios. My true belief is exactly what Sunshine Christina was able to get her hands on in 2022. I feel that there's at least one or more things that we absolutely know nothing about that is sitting somewhere that's been withheld. That's my belief. Will it free them? I don't know, but I think it has the potential because that document, Doc said it 1,000 times, so have I. That document was never supposed to get out.
That was not meant to get out.
No way.
Not meant to get out. Jeepers.
I think Stephen probably has a better chance of getting a new trial versus learning the truth, which, the chance of getting a new trial is pretty darn steep. So,
yes. But even then, I don't know that we would ever get the full truth, Doc. I mean, that's just, I just don't know we'll ever have it.
No, we're not. We're not going to find out the truth. We need to find out where item BZ came from.
Yes.
That will unlock it. That will unlock it. The
What
shenanigans of the green pit. Yep.
What happened to property tag 7928, the empty pillbox? Where the hell did that go? What was it?
Yeah, correct. And the blunt and bloody object that you talk about.
And the bones.
Yeah.
Bones found at Cuss Road that were never entered or looked at or photographed. What the hell happened?
Where's the box of teeth?
That's right. Where's the 2 5-gallon buckets of bones that Sipple called in and told his direct superior. Him and the DCI, at least one, I think actually 2 DCI agents were in a quarry and had. Where the hell did they go?
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean, for me, and Trav's question's an excellent one.
It is.
It's a matter of a chipping away. And you look at what we've done as a team, the reading with the crew, the open mics, we've chipped away at things that very few people really investigated and talked about. Why? Because we're finding new documents, new photos, I'm now looking at the case from a totally different perspective. I'm looking at it from Brendan's perspective.
Yes.
And it's allowed to deep dive into areas I never would have touched. And now with the luminol, the phenolphthalein, bringing all that together now, it has given a new perspective. But still, there's the missing link that ties it all together. Teresa Orbach was killed somewhere. I don't think it was on the Avery salvage yard.
No.
I don't believe it was by Stephen. If it was by Stephen, it was off the property. It's not how this has presented it. I'm happy to accept that Stephen is a killer, but not in the manner presented by the state. There's something, right?
Oh, why? Yeah.
And
why, where?
Yeah. If you're prepared to think that Stephen is the killer, Brendan's got nothing to do with it.
Nothing.
Zero. The kid roped himself in.
Yes.
Right? At the work. Look, I'm happy. If someone finds Stephen as the killer, all of us on this panel is happy to accept that. All of us.
That's right.
But not the way Kratz, Fallon, and Garn went about it is bullshit. You've been fed a lie. A complete lie.
And that's the difference between, our side and the state advocate side. They will never.
No.
If something got presented that pointed directly at someone else, they won't accept it. No, they won't accept it.
No.
But we're willing to follow wherever the evidence goes.
Yep, they accept item FL. That's all you need to know.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
All you need to know. I stop my conversation.
Grade bollocks.
Yep, I stop my conversation. I don't go any further. I'm wasting my time. I'm wasting their time too.
That's right. All right, I've got one more thing to show, and this is with a heartfelt thanks to Scooby the dog.
Oh, thank you so much, Scooby. Yep, thank you so much. Well, look, guys, again, I want to thank all of you guys. I'm sorry I struggled a little bit today, but I'm getting a little bit better. Bronchitis is not fun, but, I do this, and all of us here do this. We want to find the truth. Good, bad, or otherwise. We're not fanboys of Stephen Avery.
No.
He's guilty. He's guilty. The guy's not walking in Los Angeles and gone to the casino. He's doing hard time in prison. Same with Brendan. But if the boys are innocent, they don't deserve to be there, right? The truth needs to be known, good, bad, or otherwise, right? And that's why we do these podcasts, to chip away, to find the truth. And I think we're getting there, right? We're getting there. All right, guys, a quick down the panel to see how everybody's going, or we had enough.
No, we
had enough. Had enough. Over 4 hours. I'm done.
That's enough. All right, guys. No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, I'm nearly flaked out myself. But again, guys, thank you so much. Please, if you've enjoyed the podcast, consider subscribing, putting your DNA in the thumbs up button. And guys, we'll all catch you tomorrow with the open mic. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
I'm going to tell you, we're going to tell you, this has been a Foul Play production.